All right, so to deal with that, let's log out as a patient and then let's log in as a doctor. So let me log in with this account. So let's go to the login, then login and password. Okay, so this is our doctor dashboard. So first of all, we need to show the dashboard here. So let's go to the navigation. Let me close these other files. And then let's go to navigation. Okay, so right here we have for the admin and here for the patient. So let's add one for the doctor. So we need to have an if, and then let's say authentication, and then user. We can say and auth user log equals to 1. Okay, so if we it's a doctor, so first thing, let's show the dashboard. Okay, so let me copy the two because I need another one for the schedules, and this one will be for the dashboard. Also, we'll need another one for appointments because the doctor should see the appointments. So we can say my appointment. Okay, so in here we need to create these routes. So let's go and create these routes for the doctor. Okay, so we have something like this for the doctor. So the name of the doctor's dashboard is this one. So let's go and paste it there. Okay, so now if we refresh, okay, you can see the dashboard is active here, and also we have the two. Okay, so these are not working because they don't have any data. So let's go and make the remaining the remaining routes which are for appointments. And okay, so let's create the route group here. Route group, then a middleware, and then we can say doctor, and then we can have a function, and then terminate. Then let's cut that one and put it inside. Okay, so that is how we do it. Then remove this one because the one from group will be applied to all the routes inside it. So all these routes will be contained in the same middleware of doctor. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to create the remaining routes, one for the appointments, which will be doctor appointments. Okay, so this will be and then we will call load all appointments. Then let's create this one. Okay, this will return a view that is on a doctor directory. Then inside it, the file will be appointments. Yeah, so actually it will be appointments. Okay, so now let's create this one in our doctors directory. Let's create that one, .blade, php, and then let's extend the app layout. Okay, so then let's show the slot there. Actually, to the doctor's dashboard, we need just to show the slot there, but this will be doctor dashboard, and then here it will be all my appointments. Okay, so now okay, so then since we have this one, let's go and apply it in our navigation. Okay, oh, I've messed up this one, and then also here. Then let's create one for the schedules. So let's create one for the schedules. Doctor schedules. Load all my schedules. Okay, and then we will call it doctor schedules, or we can just say my schedules to simplify, and then let's apply it here. Okay, so now we have something like that, so that is fine. Then let's optimize the app. Optimize, then enter. Okay, then let's clear that, and then now we need to have that function to load the schedules. I have named it as load all my schedules, and then let's name that one as schedules, and then let's create the view that is schedules. So let's create that one, .blade.php, and then let's actually let's copy that one because it's simple. Okay, then you can say my schedules. Okay, so then means we can just my schedules, and then we have applied it here. Yeah, so now we can just try to navigate through this. So when we go here, you can see my schedules and all my appointments. Okay, so now we need to work on schedules. So the doctor should be able to create their schedules, and that schedules will be shown to the patient. Okay, so now what we can do in this page, we need to have a way to show all the available schedules that have been created, and he or she as a doctor can be able to edit or delete, also can be able to add the new schedule. Okay, so to do that, let me start by going to these schedules. Okay, Then what we can do here, I think we can have a table here. So to add the table, let's just use the component. Let's create that component actually. PHP @ Livewire make schedules component. Okay, schedule component. Okay, let's go to that. Let's open that one also. Okay, so let's go to this one. And then to show the schedules here on a table, we can just use the table that we have shown, the specialties. I think that one is simple. So specialties component. This one is actually simple. So let's copy and let's use that one here. Okay, so now what we can do, we can just code that one and go here, and then let's try to show all the schedules that we have. Schedules, doctor schedules. Okay, then get all. No, I mean we should get the one that for the logged in doctor. So where the doctor ID, where the doctor ID equals to. Okay, let's go to user model and see if we have this relationship. Okay, so what we can do here, we can just call the doctor, and then okay, wow, so I think I should use that this. Let's go to this one and let's create the relationship between this and the doctor's model. Okay, I think that one will be easy. So as you can see in a doctor's model here, we have this. Okay, so what we can do, let me just copy that one and let's come here to the doctor schedules, and then let's create the doctor here, and then this belongs to doctor. Okay, and then here we have doctor ID, which is this one. So we apply it here. So now to get the doctor's schedule. Okay, so this, if you go in the doctors here, we can get the user ID. So meaning that we can get the details for the doctor that is logged in. So now what we can do, okay, so to get those doctor schedules, we can have something like this. So I'll just use this one. So let me come here, let me paste it there, and then I'll show you how we do it well. So here I'll just use with in order to create the relationship, and then the relationship that we have is doctor. Okay, then what we need in this will be doctor. Okay, and then here we can pass the auth then user, then ID. But with this one, we can just have it here, and then let's store it in a variable. Okay, and then let's use that variable here. Okay, and then that variable will be used here. And then here, since we call this from doctor's table, so meaning here we can have doctors dot user ID. Okay, so through this way we can get the doctor schedules where the logged in doctor. So meaning that we can get the schedules of the logged in doctor. So now let's try to see what we have right here. We can just try to, okay, before we do this, I can try to, okay, dump that. Okay, so we can just try to dump that data. Okay, so from here it seems like it's challenging to dump that data. So what we can do, we can just copy this one. Let's try to run it here. And then let's restore to the doctor's schedules. Doctor schedules. Let me try to put it here, and then let's try to dump that one. Okay, so now let's go to schedules. Okay, doesn't show because I've not references this one to anywhere. So let me go to schedules, and then let me call that Livewire component, which is schedules component. Okay, so now let's try out. Okay, now we got this data, and then let me see what we have. Now we can have this one, which is for the doctor. On schedules, you can have doctor's table here. You can see this will be the details for the doctor. Okay, so now you can get the availability of the specific doctor actually. So now what we can do, since we get the data that we want, this one is not important again, and then let's remove that one. Okay, so now this will be rendered to our component. So let's go to the component, and then this will be doctor schedules. Okay, so down here we have still the data from that page. So let's use this one here. And then here we can have available day. Okay. Okay, so now we have something like this, but now I want to make sure this is not a specialty. This is available day of the week. Okay, so now we need to make sure this is not showing like this. It should show like Monday, and this is just Friday. So to make sure we do something like that, we need just to pass here using the carbon. So what we can do there, okay, what we can do, okay, so to show the day of the week here, to use carbon, it will be a little bit complex because we cannot import carbon in a blade. So what we can do, we can just go back to this component here, and then let's try to create something like this, which will be the days of week, which will be an empty array. Then this should be public actually, and then let's create a public function mount. Okay, and then the day of the week should be something like this. Should be something like this. We can have something like 0 represent Sunday, and then we can repeat this procedure to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then this will be Monday, this one will be Tuesday, this one will be Wednesday, and this one will be Thursday, and this one will be Friday, and this one will be Saturday. Okay, so now we have something like that. Okay, so if we try to dump that array, okay, let's try to see what we have. Okay, it is not showing anything. Let me try to remove this one. Okay, so now we have something like this. Okay, so from there, what we can do, these days of the week will be used as a way to show this. So what we can do here, okay, so we can just use the days of the week, our component here, days of the week, and then let's wrap this one like that, and then let's see on the, okay, so now you can see we have Monday, we have Friday, so meaning that this will check the available day, it represents which day of the week from this array. So if the index is the same, it will just render the value from that component here. So it will check if the day of the week is 1, it will show Monday. Okay, so this acts as the index and this acts as the value. Okay, so let's go to the page, and now you can see meaning that this doctor have this kind of schedule. So we can see, but we have not shown the time here, so let's show that time. Okay, let's come here and show the time to and from. So what we can do, we can just have another table heading here from time, and then we can have to time, and then let's show that details here. Okay, let's show that details here. Here we don't need that one. Let's go and show it's from, and here we can just say item 2. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have something like this. Okay, so that one I think is easy for now. Okay, so then we should work on how the doctor can add the new time and also how he can change his schedules. Okay, so now to add the new schedule, we need to have a new route that when a doctor click the create here, should be redirected to that page. Okay, so let's go there and say create schedule. Create schedule. Okay, let's go and create this route. We can call it route doctor controller class, and then the function load add schedule form. Okay, let's create this function. Okay, then let's return the view. It is found on doctor, and then it will be schedule form. Let's create that one. Let's create that one. .blade.php, and then let's extend the app layout. Okay, so now in this form, what we can do, we can just have a simple thing there. So what we can do for this, I think we can create the new component which we can call schedule create form. Okay, let's go to that layout, and then in this layout, let's use the schedule create specialty form. I think this one is easy. Okay, so let's use that one, and then we can have a save function. And on schedules, what we can do, we can just show here the days of the week, days of the week, days of the week, and then this one can be a select. So I think we used the select on doctor. So let's go to the doctor and then use something like this. So let's use something like this. Okay, so let's use it here. Okay, so that will be our select. Okay, but this one should be in a div. So let me put it down here. Okay, so let me squeeze this. Okay, so now we have something like that, and this should be day of week, or let me call available day. Okay, then choose available day of a week. Okay, and then let's try to call this or to create the this data. Okay, so to show the days of the week, what we can do, we can just go to that component. Okay, so here what we can do, we can just use the one that we've seen here. Okay, we can have something like this. So let's copy that one and let's go to our component here and then let's paste that one. So that one should be public. Alright, so we can have something like this, and then let's return this one. I think it will be available here, so let's go and use it. So here we can just call that one days of the week. Let's go to that one, and then let's show there, and then what we will have here, we'll have something like this, but this will not be okay. So to use it here, as you can see, this is okay. So what we can do, okay, so we can just say as key and then value. Since we don't have the name here, we don't have the name, we just have the key and its value, or the index and its value. So what we can use it there, we can just say the key and its value. So here we'll have the key, here we'll have the key, and here we'll have the value. Since this is an array, so we can just have something like that, and then that will be the available day. Okay, so now let's see what we have. we have to optimize the project. So let me try to optimize that one. Okay, so also we need to create this function, but first let's see what we have. Okay, so I've not referenced that form. So that form we need to show it here. So let me call that one Livewire schedules create form. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, so choose a day of a week. Now you can see we have Sunday, Monday, and up to Saturday. Okay, so that is what we wanted it to have. So then we need to select the time. Okay, so to select the time, what we can do here, to allow a user to select time. Okay, all right. So to have the time picker, what we can do, we can just have the div here, and then let's use an input. So let's use an input here. So just have an input, but its type will be time, and then let's see what it works. Okay, as you can see, you can select time and the hour and then minute. Yes, so as like this. So let's give it a style, a simple style like that one from the select. Okay, then let's have a class here, then that add it. Okay, so now we can have something like this, and then what we can do next, okay, we should have the wire model, which will be from, which represent the from time. Then we can have another one for the two, which represent the two time. But for now, I'll just put the minimum time. I can just say let's say 6, and then the maximum, let me just put the minimum, and then here I'm gonna put the maximum. Maximum, let's say but these have no meaning for now. Let me just remove them. Okay, so now we need to have the label. So to have the label, let me just copy it from one of the forms. Just copy this label here. And then we need to have the label here. This label will be for the from available from, and then here available to. Okay, so let's see, and then we can have a label also on select here, which will be available day, and then can have margin bottom of 2, let's say 2, and then here the same, and then here the same. Okay, so now it looks at least fine, and then we can choose the day, and then we can choose the time here, as you can see. Okay, so this is for simplicity, and then let's have this function. Okay, so let's create that function. Let's start by creating the public available day of a week. That will be let's say empty, and then from, then to, let's use this to the model of the select, or I've just added here available day, so let me use the same available day, and then what we can do is create the public function save. Okay, then we can validate that data. We can just say this validate. Okay, we can just say from is required. Just use this one, then a 2. Okay, so now let's try to refresh, and then let's try to see if the validation works. As you can see, okay, so from we don't have the validation, so let me copy this one, and then for the 2, let's, okay, so then let's give the names here. Okay, so now if we try out, if we try to save, you can see. Okay, so now let's perform the functionality for saving. Okay, so we can create the new instance of new schedule, and then we can say doctor schedule. Okay, here is new, and then a new schedule, then doctor ID equals to, so here we need to do the same thing that we've done in schedule component like this. So what we can do, we need to have something like this. So okay, to get the doctor ID, we need to copy this one, and then let's come with it here. Okay, so here um, okay, here what we can do, we can just have the doctor, and then we have doctor user. Okay, then here we have users. Then ID. Then here we need to pass the logged in user. Okay, so now let's say doctor ID, or let's say doctor details, and then let's dump that one. Let's double D that one. Let's say we choose that time, and here. Okay, let's try to save. Okay, what we have. Okay, so we get call to undefined method. Okay, so in a doctor we have doctor user, and then here we have let me try to see what we have here. Okay, so let's go with the simplest way. We can just say where user ID. Okay, I was just confusing something here. Let's say user ID. Then let's get the first person. Then if you double D that one, actually we will get the result that we are looking for. Okay, as you can see, we get the user, we get the doctor. So what we can do, okay, so the next thing that we need to do, so to get the doctor details here, we can just use this one. So doctor details, and then we get the ID, the doctor ID. No, I mean the ID. Okay, so that's fine. And then now for the available day, it will be equals to this dot available day, which is that one. And then for the form, we can have this from. Here we can have two, and then we can save that data. And then after saving, we can just show the flash with the message that says schedule schedules created successfully, and then we can return this redirect to which page. We should redirect to this page, and then you should navigate through. Okay, so now we have the successful schedule creation. So we can just say like Wednesday. This guy is available from, let's say, 4 up to, let's say, 4 up to, let's say, 13. Okay, let's save. Okay, successfully, and you can see here for the Wednesday is 10 up to 13. And that when a user will log in, a patient actually. So let's try to log in as a patient. So let's go with this patient, and then let's have another incognito window. So login. And now you can test on this doctor. Okay, now you can see on the Wednesday we have availability of from this one to this one. Since we've added here, we've added something like this. Okay, we've added something like this. Okay, so that is how we do it. Okay, and now we can have a way to edit this data. Okay, so to do that, let's work on that as simply as quickly. What we can do, we can just go back to, we can just create another component that will be schedule edit form. Okay, so let's go here. let's say edit schedule form, and then this will be edit schedule form. Let's go and create that one. And then let's use the schedule this and copy that one and paste it here. Then from here, what we need to do, we need to add this one. Okay, this is our component, so it will be schedules edit form. Okay, so the route to get us there will be this one. So let's create that one here. It will be edit, and here it will be edit schedule, and it will accept one parameter, which will be the schedule ID. Okay, so now in our schedules, let me close this one. Let me go to the schedules. Let's go to edit. Edit schedule. Okay. Edit schedules. Okay, and then we can perform the delete first. So the delete will be actually the direct. Okay, so what we can do to delete that directory, we can have a delete function here. So just create the delete function. Okay, so this should accept the ID. And then here we can just say data equals to doctor schedule, find the ID, and then data delete. Okay, so then what we need to show there is a flash. So just say session flash, and then a message will be schedule deleted successfully, and then we will return this redirect back. So what we do, we can just redirect back to this doctor schedules, and then we should navigate. Okay, so now we can just try to delete. Now you can see, and then it is deleted. So now on edit, let's work on edit. Okay, let's work on edit. Let's work on edit. So now on edit, you have something like this, and then we've created this route. So let's optimize the project. Okay, so then let me code that one, and let me code this one. On edit component here, on edit component, let me use the same form as this one for create, and then let me paste it there. So now we can have the update function here. So then what we can do, okay, we can have something like that, and then we can have something like this. Okay, and then we can have a public okay, this function will accept a parameter here, which will be the schedule ID. Okay, and then we can have public schedules. Then we can create this one from doctor schedules. Then we can say where just use find the schedule ID. Okay, so then what we can do, we can just use this schedule on our form. So here you can just show the selected option, which can be option okay, here we can show something like this as we did from the other table, from the table that we sent before. So let me use the days of the week here, and then let me use the schedules here, and then let me get the available day. Okay, then here the available day will be passed here as it is here. Okay, then from and to will be like this. Let me show the from and to. From and to, this will be like from will be equals to this schedules from, and also for to will be the same thing. Okay, so now what we can do, let's go and see. Let's go to edit. Okay, though we have not passed that parameter, so what we can do in our edit schedule here, we need to pass that ID that is coming from the controller. So let me go to the controller, and then this controller should accept a schedule ID that we should pass it here. The schedule ID will be the ID That will be the schedule ID. So here let me pass the ID, and then we need to go and pass it here as a parameter. So let me say schedule ID will be equals to the ID. Okay, now we can just go and confirm that. Alright, so let me try to refresh, and now you can see this one, and now this one. Oh, so for the availability date, let me have a look on it again. Oh, I've messed up. This should be here. Okay, so now you can see Mondays is selected. So let me go back and try to update this one. Let's go. Yep, you can see Fridays is selected. Okay, so now to update, let's have the function for the update. Okay, then we need to have the validation here. So this validate. Okay, we can validate the available day, and you can check if it is required. And then we can have from, and then we can have to. Okay, so now if by any chance this will be empty, let's try to. Okay, no property found for that. Okay, let's see. Already we've added it here, so let me see what is happening. Oh, I've not added the available day model here. So this one will be referenced from the form. So let me see the form, this one. Okay, so now it's fine. Let me go the form. Let's try to refresh, and if by any chance this is 0 or it's empty, let's try out. Yep, you can see this one is required and this one is required. Okay, so now let's try to update that data, and then let's see what happens. So that one will be equal to schedules del ID. Okay. So now we need to update this. Okay, with the current data, which would be this, and then this will be for available day. This will be for from, and this one will be for to. Okay, so now we can update that data. Okay, we can update that data. So let me say session, then refresh. Let's say schedule updated, and then we can return direct to doctor. Okay, so now let's try to update this one from Monday to that day, and then let's try out. Okay, you can see this is updating. Let's change that one from Monday to Sunday. Okay, you can see it's working, and let's go to the other side and let's see. You can see let's try to refresh, and then you can see it's from Sunday to Wednesday. Yeah, as you can see, this is Wednesday. Yep, so that is how the doctor can be able to play around with their schedules. Okay, so now uh, we can just try another thing. So for now, the doctor is able to add their schedules. So the next thing is a way for this patient to complete this functionality. When you click here, then we can create the appointment here. Okay, so to do that, okay, so let's go and start with that one. All right, so let's go to the patient account here. As you can see, this is our patient account. Let's go to the booking page. Okay, now you can see we can select a certain date, and we can see the available time slots. As you can see, we can book this one, and then this will ask if we want to book an appointment on this day and on this time. So when we click OK, we should create the appointment, and actually the user will be redirected to my appointments. Okay, so it will be redirected here, and here we're gonna show all the appointment that this user have made. Okay, so to make sure we do that, okay, let's start by looking on this this one where I did this, and then we can perform the booking process. Okay, so let's go to the code, and then let's see on that component that is on booking page here. So you can see this is where I show all the available slots here, and this is the button that shows the time slot actually. And then on a click, you can see I don't perform anything, and then I ask the user here if we really want to perform that action of booking. As you can see, this is the date and this is the time slot that the user selected. So now what we can do, we can just create here the function that we're gonna use to create that appointment. So let's say book appointment. That will be the function, and then it will use these two data, which is a selected date and the slot. Okay, so to do that, we need to go to this booking component. Okay, so because these two datas are already available, so let me just pass it here because this one is already available and it is there on the component, as we may see here. If you come to the booking component, the selected date is already available, but we don't have the exactly selected time slot. So to make it available, let me just pass it here. So the selected slot will be passed here as a parameter on our doctor appointment or the booking appointment. Okay, so let's create that function here. Let's create the function here. Let's say public function appointment, and then this will be the slot. And then inside it, let's try to double D. Let's see if we get that slot. Okay, now let's try to see what we have. And then let's see. Okay, all right, so it doesn't show anything. So book appointment, let me see what I've done here. Okay, let me see. Okay, I click this one. Okay, let me just remove this and see what happens. Let me see what happens. Let me say hey. Okay, so the function is working. Okay, here we have the slot. Let me just say the selected slot. Okay, then this will be called here selected slot, and then let's pass it here. This will be the slot. Okay, let me see. Okay, nothing happens. Let me see on my console. Okay, we have something like this. After argument list, so let's see. Let's use the same name. Let me try again. Okay, still I get the same function, the same error. Okay. Let me try to do something with this. Okay, if that one is an error, let me try to see if I'll pass that parameter and you try to dump something. Okay, so this error, as you can see here, this is the numerical value which Livewire does not understand it. So let's just try to add the quotation inside this one. So let's try to add the quotation there. On the bed, let's go and add the single quotation like this. And then let's try to double D that value, which is slot. Okay, so let's try out. Okay. Okay, so now you can see we get the time. Okay, so let's try now to create the appointment. So let's try to create the appointment. So what we're gonna need here, we're gonna create the new appointment instance. Appointment will be equal to appointment. Okay, then a new appointment. Then doctor. Let's start with the user ID. User ID will be equal to auth user. Then we can get the ID. And then for the doctor ID, we can just say doctor ID will be equal to this doctor details, then ID. And then for the appointment date, it will be since we have the selected date here, but its format is not that we want. Since the format of this one, let me just show you here before performing this task. Let me show you the date that we have. Selected date. Now let's try to refresh and let's see what we have. You can see we have something like this, which is not understandable to the database table that stores our appointments. As you can see, the appointment date is stored in this format. So we need to convert the format that to that one that is understandable. Okay, so to do that, we can just use carbon and then we can format it like this. So let's try to use this one. We can try to do something like this, and then here we're gonna pass this the selected date, and then this will be the carbon date. Then this carbon date, let's just try to see what it looks like. Okay, let's try to see. Okay, yeah, so this one is the format that we need, and also we have the time here. So the time is on the good format, so let's go and add this one to the database here. And then what we need the appointment time. So new appointment time will be equal to the slot that we have there. And then we're gonna save this data. And then we're gonna say session flash, and then say message, and then we're gonna say appointment with doctor. Okay, with doctor, let's say we have doctor details. So yes, say this doctor details, and then here the doctor details. Where do we get the ID, the doctor? Okay, this comes from the controller actually. This comes from the controller. From patient, this comes from the. Okay, so we can access the name of the doctor. I was trying to think about that, so we can access the name of the doctor here. So we can just say doctor user, and then name. We can say appointment with the doctor, this one, and then we can show the date and time. So we can just say the selected date here on then slot was created successfully. I say was created. Okay. Now we can redirect. We can return direct to which page? As I've said, we're gonna redirect this user to this page, which is my appointment. Okay, then navigate through. Okay, let's go to that page of my appointments. Let's go to my appointment. Okay, my appointment. Where do we get that one? Okay, let's use the web to find that one. So my appointment, that's one. Load my appointment. Let's go to this page. Okay, so right here we can show the alert. So let me copy the alert from here. Let me copy the art. Okay, so we don't have the so meaning that we have the appointments here. No, this is for the patient. So let's go to the patient. This is my appointment, and then let's show the thing there. And let's try to see what will happen if the user perform the booking. Let's try. Okay. Column not found, unknown column user ID in the field list. Okay, let's see what we have on that appointment. Okay, this is database migrations, appointments. Oh, it's patient ID actually. So let me go and update that one. This is not user ID, it's patient ID. And here we can leave this one. Just leave. Okay, so now we can do this. Say I want 16th of June. Let's want to book this time. So okay, yeah. So appointment with the doctor. This one on this one was created. Okay, so let's confirm that in our database. Okay, yeah, so you can see we have this appointment and the user have booked the 11. So let's see if we try to book again on that time to the same doctor. Okay, let's try to see on the same day. Yep, you can see 11 is not there, as you can see. So meaning that that time is already booked with another user. So you can try to log in with another user. Even let's say you can just use this one. You can just use any user here. And let's go. Let's go and log in. Then let's try to book the same doctor. Okay, on the same date. Now you can see the 11th is not there. And then we can try to book this one. Okay, you can see this one is created. Let's try to book again on the 16th. Now you can see the 13 is not there, meaning that it's already booked. Now you can come on appointments, and then you can see we have the doctor, we have the patient ID, and this is how the functionality for booking appointment is working. So on the doctor side here, we should be able to show all the appointments that you've booked in. And also on the patient, we should also be able to show the appointment that have been made. Okay, so to do that, I think we need to have the component. Okay, we have the recent component, but for showing all components, all appointments, I think I can use another component. This will be used and will be reused to all users. This will be reused for recent. So meaning that even to the doctor side, on the dashboard here, we should have a way to show the recent appointments down here below. So to do that, to show the appointments here, let me just use the same table. So I'll go to the patient dashboard, to the patient's dashboard, and then this is the recent appointments. I'll just use that table. Okay, this is the component. So let me just copy this. Okay, so what I can do here, let me just copy this one, and let's create the component that will be used to show the appointments. I will call it all appointments. Let's go to the view, and then let's paste the code, and then we need to call that. Let me close this one. Okay, so this is the patient, and this is where the appointment should be shown. So let's show that one. So let's call Livewire all appointment. Okay, so now let's try to refresh and let's go to the page. Now you can see we have the table here. We have the table of all appointments, but this should change. So I'll not use that one. So what we can do, we can just go to that all appointments and remove that one. Okay, after removing that one, I should add the slot here. So let me go to the, let's go to doctor, then a slot, and then let me add that one, and also let me add it here. It should be above that one. Okay, so here we can just say all my appointment, and then let's see. Yeah, so this will be all my appointment for the patient side, as you can see. So now let's try to show this data. Okay, the data of the appointment. That one will be easy. So let's go to all appointments table. Let's go to appointments table. Okay, and then now we have these columns, I mean the table headers. So this will be the patient, this will be the doctor, and this one will be the date, and that one will be the time, and then this will be the status. So we will add the status column, and also for the patient we'll be able to reschedule the appointment. Also will be able to cancel the appointment. Okay, so what we can do now, let's go and show those table headings. So this will not be a product, this one will be Since this will be used by the patient, meaning that no need to add this column for the patient name. Okay, so what we can do, we can have here the if condition, and we will check if the logged in user if it is a logged in user and the logged in user role equals to 1, I mean to 0, meaning that we cannot show anything. Okay, let's say else on else we can just show this column, since for the doctor side and the admin side we should show the patient, but on the patient side we cannot show the details of the patient. So this one column should not be there, and this should be applied the same wise to the table data here. So I'll just apply it here, just say and if so this I mean this table data will only be shown on else condition, then let's put it inside the table row. Okay, so now meaning that that column will be gone, and let me change its name to be patient name. Okay, okay, so now since that one is gone, this one will be the doctor. Okay, and then we can have here we can have the date. Okay, so we can have appointment date, then we can have appointment time, and then we can have the status as it is, as it's shown. Okay, so let's remove these remaining table rows since we don't use them. So let me cut that one, let me cut this one, fold them, and then let's cut them. Oh, I've just cut all of them. Okay, so okay, so that one will be okay. So let me fold this table row. Let me see. Okay, so now you can see we have something like this. Okay, so then what I'm going to do, actually another video that shows how to create a data table like this. When user will click here, this will be sorted. We can perform the search here. Also, we can perform this per page, and also we will show the page numbers here. So I'll just do that quickly, and I recommend you to just go and check that video. So for now, I need to show the real details here. So to do that, let me just go straight to the component, which is all appointments here. Okay, so from here we can just call all the appointments. Okay, so I can just say like all appointments. This should be public, and then we can have public function mount. Okay, then this all appointments will be appointment, and then we can fetch all the data. Let's go to the appointment model, and here we need to define the relationship between the doctor and the user with the appointment. So to do that, let's go and create the doctor relationship. So let's call it doctor, and then we can return this belongs to, and then we can just call the doctor model here, just say class, and then the foreign key, which is doctor ID. Okay, and now we have the relationship for the doctor, and then for the patient we can just call the patient here, patient. Okay, so this will go to user, and this will be patient ID. Okay, so that will be our simple relationship, because if you come to the doctors, we have the doctor user. Okay, so that will call the doctor details. So what we can do here, let me double D, and then we can just dump these appointments, and now you can see something like that. So okay, so now appointments are not showing, so let's go to this one. Okay, now what we can do next, we can just have okay, now we have something like that. Let's go here and say with, and then we can have the patient and doctor. Okay, now we can see, then let's get, okay, so now let's see if we refresh the page. Okay, we have 3 arrays. Okay, the first array will have the details, and then we can go to relations. You can see we have doctor and user. Okay, you can see we have the users. Also, we have the doctors. Okay, so through these details, we can get all the appointments. So you can see here we have the appointments, which is this one. These are the details for the appointment. Okay, so now since this one is available to this component, meaning that we can access from this component. So what we can do here, we need to run a for each here. So I'll just say like if else. So I just say if the count for all appointments here, the count for that it is greater than 0, we can just run for each loop that will loop through all the appointments. Okay, and then here we can have appointment. Okay, then we can run this table row inside it. Oh, I've messed there. This is table heading, so let me just cut that one and let's go to the table body right here. So let's use it right here. So let me cut that one, table row, and then let's put it there, and then paste it there. And now let me try to squeeze it inside a little bit. Okay, then on else we can just have the table row with the table data, and then you can just say call span. You can just have this call span of 5. I don't know. Let's say 4. I think it's 5. And we can say no data found. Okay. So now let's see what's happening. Yep, you can see we have 3 datas, meaning that these are the appointment that we have. So now let's show the real data there. So to show the real data here, okay, to show the real data, okay, to show the real data, okay, to show the real data, this one should be inside this in order for good readability. This table row should come here, and all of this should go inside that table row, inside that for each. Okay, so now we can have a good thing like this. Okay, now we can squeeze this and then squeeze. Okay, so now let's show the real data here. So here the name of the doctor will be accessible through appointment. Then we can have doctor, and then from doctor we can have you can see from here we can have doctor from here, which belongs to doctor, and then from doctor we can have access the doctor user. So let's go and access that one. So we can have doctor user, then from that we can access the name. So let's see what is happening. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what's happening. Oh, I've just used it on the wrong place. So let me cut that one. Okay, it is right here. We need to show it's right here. So let's try to see. Okay, you can see we have the name of the doctor. Here we can show the email of that doctor. So let's just copy that one and let's show here. And here we can show the email of the specific doctor. Now you can see, and then let's show the appointment date. Let me try to remove this. Then let's say appointment, then appointment date. Okay, you can see the appointment date there, and then actually we can format it to look like this. So what we can do, we can just use the date function, and then we will format it as the day. So we'll have the day, and then the month, we'll have month, and then we'll have the year. Okay, so I think that way. And then here we have to pass the string to time. That will carry this one, appointment date. And then let's pass that as a parameter. Let's see, yeah. So now we have something like this, which is similar to that one. And then let's show the appointment time. Okay, the appointment time. This one we format it also. So let's copy that one. And this will format it to be only hour and minute. Now it's appointment time. Let's show. Yeah, you can see this is the appointment time. Okay, and then this is status. We will see how to show it, okay, in a short time. Okay, so that is how we show the appointments on the patient side. So let's do the same thing to the doctor side, which is right here. We should also show the same thing here on the doctor side. So what we can do on the doctor side, let's go to the doctor appointments. Here you can see we have on the doctor side. Okay, let's go to the doctor side appointments, and then let's put only one here. Let me try to say this and let me check if this works fine. Yep. So we need to have it here. So let's call that Livewire component, which is Livewire all appointments, and then let's scroll that one. Then let's see. Yep. You can see now the patient is coming here, as you can see, because this is a doctor, so the doctor should see the name of the patient and also should see the image of that specific patient. Okay, so now we can just show the name of the patient, since now we can access that data. So what we can do here, we just want to show the name of the patient, so let's go to appointment, then we have patient. Okay, then we can access the name. Let's see. Yeah, now we have the patient name there. Okay, so for now I think we are done, and this is status is shown, the time, the date, the doctor, and the patient. Now it's working fine. So also we need to show this on the admin side. So let me log out as doctor and log in as an admin. Let me see with the admin now. Okay, the admin is this one. So let me log in as an admin. Okay, log in. Now you can see we need to show all the appointments here. Okay, to show the appointments here, we don't need this one. We can just add another route here for all appointments. So here we will have something like, we will see how what we can do here, but for the recent we will do it later. Let's add another link here for all appointments. So what we can do, let's just call this one and that one, also call this one, and then let's go to the admin here. Let's add that route for the appointments. Okay, so we can just call appointments. I can just say admin appointments. Okay, and then this will load admin appointments. Here we can say load all appointments. Okay, so now let's try to optimize the project. Okay, so now let's create this function. Then we should return a view that is on admin, then appointments, and then let's create that one. .blade.php, and then let's extend the app layout. Okay, and then the slot and all appointments should be shown there. Then let's go to the navigation. Let's go to the admin here, and then let's add another link, which will be all appointments, and then let's add that appointment to the admin appointment name on navigation. Okay, this is our admin, and then let's go to all appointments. Now you can see we have all of the appointments, and you can see the name of the patient, the doctor, appointment date, appointment time, and then the status. Okay, so we need to add the button here for the actions, that is for either deleting it since the admin cannot. Okay, we will see what we can have there. Okay, so for now all of the 3 users can see the appointments. Okay, so the next thing the next thing will be easy to show the recent appointments. Since already we have the all appointments, to show this one will be easy, and to show this one will only limit the appointments, like 10 appointments that are most recent. So you can do that to all users, to the admin and also for the doctor. So let's go and add that functionality. Right, so on admin side here, since you've shown the appointments, let's go to the dashboard. As you can see here on the dashboard, we need to show the recent appointment. But above here, I just want to show the statistics. Since this is a dashboard, so we'll go to the Preline UI, and let's go to the application stats, and then I'll use this one as my template. So let me copy that one. Let's go to the project, and then let's create the component for that. So let me say PHP artisan Livewire make stats statistic component. Okay, let's go to that page, and then let's add the code that we've copied from the Preline UI. Okay, so now let's try to show this component. So to do that, we need to go to the admin and dashboard. Okay, then here on the dashboard, as you can see, we need to reference that component. it is statistic component. Then let's go to the admin side. Okay, so now on the admin side, you can see we have these beautiful statistics here. So we can just change these details. Okay, so here I'll show the number of users. Here I'll show the number of doctors. Here I'll show the number of patient. Then down here we will add the one for the appointments, and then I think we'll be done. So let's add one for the appointment. So let's start by editing this one. Its heading, it should be users. Okay, so after showing users, let's show the doctors, and then let's show the patients, the registered patients. Okay, then let's add one for the appointments. Let's add this one. Let me copy this, and then let's show down here. This one will be for appointments. Okay, so let me remove this one, or let me just give it another color. Let's say I can say blue. This red, let's say gray. Then let's see. Okay, so now we have users, doctors, patient, and then appointment. Then down here we have recent appointments. Yeah, so that is how the admin dashboard I was planning to be shown. And then this also will be seen to the doctor's side. So if you come to the doctor's side here on the doctor side, I want to show also the statistics, but we'll limit some of the statistics to be only seen by the admin. Okay, so let's go to the doctor's dashboard, and then let's reference that component. So we'll say statistic component. Okay, so now if we refresh back, okay, I've missed the spelling here. Okay, so now you can see we have something like this, and then let's also add the one for recent appointment. Recent appointment. Yeah, so we'll have something like that, and then let me try to reduce this size here. So let's go to the static component, and then let's see. Oh, here we have let's reduce it to 7, and then let's reduce this one to 5, and then let's see. Okay, somehow it's reduced it, but let me reduce it from the recent appointments component. Try to see here. Let's put it 5. Okay, so now I think it's fine. So here on the doctor side, we'll just show the patients, okay, and also no in doctor side we will give you another way. We'll move this 3, and then what we will show the total appointments that are for this specific doctor, and then we will show the complete appointment, and then we will show the uh, we will start by showing all appointments, and then we will show the upcoming, and then uh, the complete appointment. Okay, so we'll have only 3 of them. So let's go and try to modify it. So on the doctor side, this will be for the admin. So what I can do, I'll just add here the if condition. I just add the if. Okay, then I'll say auth user and auth role equals to 2, meaning that is an admin. We'll just show all of these cards that we have. Okay, so let me copy this and add one for the doctor, which is 1. And then what we need to do, we can just copy this card. Actually, we are cutting them, then we paste it there, and then paste it there. But here we remove one of the cards, as we will have only 3 for the doctor side. And then on the doctor side, I've said we will have here all appointments, and then here we'll have upcoming appointment, and then here we'll say complete appointments. Okay, so now let's see on the doctor side we have something like this, and then on the admin side we made with this kind of a thing. Okay, so now what we can do, I just want to show the recent appointments here in order for this to be complete as for all appointments. So we'll show something like this. So let's go to the recent appointments, and then let's go to the component. Okay, and then let's copy from this, since already we have the functionality. So let's go to recent, and then we'll call it as recent appointments, and then let's import this one. Okay, so where here we need to have the recent appointment within this month. So but for the month they look to be many, so I can just call the limit here. So let me say I can just order by created at, and then I'll make them descending, and then I'll say limit, just limit to 10, just to 10 appointments. Okay, Okay, so now on recent appointment, now we can just access this one. So let's go to the recent appointments, and now you can see we have something like this. So let me copy this one since we have already implemented it. So let me and paste it here, and then let's come up here. Okay, okay, so now then here on the table, instead of having all appointment, we need to call this one. So paste it there. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, you can see we have these appointments. Okay, so I think it's working fine here for the recent appointments. Okay, and then let's go to the admin side also. Then let's go to dashboard, and then you can see the recent appointment is working fine. Okay, so now what we can do, we can just implement the way. Okay, we can just make sure these searches and then this per page are working, and then I'll finish up with this sorting. So for now, let's work on per page first for the recent one. So uh, what we can do here, and actually I think here because we show only 10, so no need to have the per page here. So and actually even the pagination, since only 10 data will be shown there. So let me just remove that one, and then we can see here we don't need that functionality, and also we don't need even the search and search here. So let me remove the search. Okay, then let me remove this filter. I think I should remove all of this one, this header. So let me remove this header. Okay, let me just pass here the name to be the recent appointments. So let's just give it the color. Let's say just gray of 500, and then let's say it should not be the heading 1, it should just at least be heading 5. So let's say recent appointment. Yeah, so that works fine. Okay, so meaning that even on doctor side, you will see something like this. This is admin side and this is doctor side. Okay, so now for the recent one, I think we are through. What will remain is just to show the real status here that we'll work with it as soon. Okay, so now let's show these details. Okay, so let's start with the admin. I think with the admin it's quite simple and straight. So here to get the number of users, let's just show here. Let's go to the static component and then let's create the public parameters for users count, which will be 0 by default, and then we'll have doctors count. So here we'll have doctors count doctor, and then we'll have patient, and then we'll have appointments. Okay, we'll have appointment count, appointments count. Okay, so then how to get them? Let's use the mount function. So let's create that function, the mount, and then we can just say to get the count of users, we can just go to user model, and then we'll get the count. Okay, so now we can just show this one to the users count here. Okay, so now let's refresh. Yeah, you can see we have 12 users, and then we will not have this change, so I'll just show how many are registered last week. Okay, what we can do, I can just show, in order for simplicity, we can just show for the last week and here for the last month. Okay, so what we can do, you can just come here and change this one, so we will not have this icon with the button. So let me just do something like this. So okay, let me just remove this one, and just copy this one and then paste it here, and let's see what we have. Okay, then here the text should be center. Okay, so we'll have something like that for all of this. So let's say here last month and here last week. Okay, so we will use this for all the other things. So let's go. I've just copied the DL, here also, and then the DR also. Okay, so then on the doctor side, we just repeat the same procedure. Okay, so now what we can do, we can just show the doctors. Then let's show the doctors count here. Let's show the doctors count, so that will be doctors underscore count, and then let's go to the this one is for the patients, so that one will be patients count, and then here we have appointments count, Okay, so now we will see we have 0, 0 in there. Okay, now you can see we have the 0. Here we need also to change there. For the doctor side, we have all appointments, meaning that this will be the appointment count. So let's just go there and use the appointment count also to the doctor side, to the last one, or I mean for the first one. So if so, meaning that we don't have to repeat this. Okay, but this is for the specific doctor, so this will be doctor appointments. Okay, so let's create that one also. Doctor appointments. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then on doctor side we have upcoming, so let's add that one. Doctor will have upcoming, coming, and then we'll have complete here. Okay, so let's use this one. This will be complete, so we just show complete. Okay, so now we have something like this. So on admin side, the users is complete. We recommend to show the users on the last month and on last week, and then let's show the doctors here. So to show the number of doctors count, what we can do, we can just go to the doctors count. We just go to doctor, to the doctor model. Make sure you import these models. Okay, so now we can see we have 2 doctors. Okay, then to show the patients, let's go to user, and then let's say patients count will be users where the role equals to 0. Okay, and then let's count that. Now you can see we have 9 patients. Okay, and then for the appointments, let's count that from appointments. So let's say appointment count that we get from appointment. Okay, here we don't have where, we will use that one later, since here we show all the appointments. So now we can see we have 3 appointments, and then on the doctor side we need to get the appointment for the logged in doctor. Okay, so to do that, to get the appointment for the logged in doctor. Let's copy that, and then let's say doctor appointments count, and then where okay, so let's go to let's go to okay, here also we've done that thing, so let me just go I need to get the specific doctor, so let me just use one of the okay, so I think it's this one. No, I think I used it somewhere here. Okay, so to get the doctor ID, we can just use this simple way. We can just say doctor. It's just we can get from doctor, and then we can just say where the user ID will be equals auth, then user let me just use it here, so let me say user, let me be specific here, user doctor will be equal to auth user, then ID, and then to get the doctor here, to get the doctor here, let's use the user doctor, then ID. Okay, so then we get the first person, and then from this one, from this doctor here, we can just call the appointments that belong to that specific doctor. So here we can just say where doctor ID equals to doctor ID, and then let's count. Okay, so now we can get the doctor appointments, and then let's see. Okay, so now you can see we have all appointments to this doctor. Okay, so let's try to let's say okay, on admin side we have an error. We have an error here. Okay, error on line 28. So let's see. All right. So for the admin, since this one will be null, this will cause an issue here. So what we can do, we can just say, we can just have an if here. We can just have an if here, so we can just check if the logged in user is a doctor. So if of user role equals to 1, let's perform this functionality. Okay, Now let's see to the admin. Yep, everything works. And then let's go back to the doctor. Everything works. Okay. So now, in order for us to be able to show this upcoming and then the complete, meaning that we need to have the status for the specific appointment. So to do that, let's go to the migration. Let's go to the migration appointment and then let's add the status here. Okay, we can just say we can have a status. This will be for then let's say default will be 0, and then we can have is complete. I just want to simplify things here. It's complete. Okay, so it's complete. So meaning that 0 it will be incomplete, and 1 for completed. Okay, and then here we'll have 0 for unconfirmed, then 1 for confirmed. Okay, so meaning that when the appointment is being made, the admin should be able to confirm that appointment. When it's confirmed, then the doctor will be able to, let's say, mark it as complete and incomplete. Okay, so for now, in order for this to work, this will be an integer. What we are required to run the migration fresh here, but I'll not do that, so I'll just go in and add these two columns on the database. But next time if we run migration, these two columns will be added by the framework. So for now, let's just add it manually here. So let's go to the appointments, let's go to structure, and then let's add two columns, and then let's add those columns. The one will be the status, and the other one will be complete. Okay, so this all will be the integers. Then by default it will be 0, and here by default it will be 0. Okay, and then we can just have something like that. Yeah, so let's save it. So for now, the upcoming appointment, we can just check the date. Okay, we can just check the date here, and if the date is not let's say the date is today's date is before this date, meaning that this will be termed as coming, and if the today's date is above this one will be termed as a complete appointment. So let's work on that. So let's go here to the component, and then to get the upcoming, let's say appointments, then actually this also should be shown to the doctor side, so let's keep it inside here. So let me comment here saying like coming, and then we can just say um, can just have something like this. So let me just copy this one. Let's say doctor's appointment, and get, and then we can just go for each doctor's appointments. Okay, then what we can do, we can just alright, so on this, for each, what we can do, we can just say like, okay, this one upcoming will be equal. Yep, so we need to have an if here to check. We can just say carbon, then pass. We can just pass the value, and then appointment date, and then is before carbon today. So meaning that if the appointment date is before today, meaning that this will be upcoming. So what we can do, we can just increment this upcoming count, as you can see. So now let's see what we will have. So today is, let me see, today is 15th. So if today is 15th, let's see what are the dates. Okay, let's check out. This is upcoming appointment counts. Okay, let's now see if we get this doctor's appointment first. Okay, now let's check this out. Why we don't get this data? Okay, let's see if we get this. Okay, so the doctor we have here. So if we have the doctor, meaning that so here is where doctor ID equals to doctor ID, and then why don't we get this one? Appointments, we have doctor ID, Okay, so now we have this one. Okay, so if we get those data, and then let's try to see what we get. Okay, let's see, let's check this appointment date. Alright, so to get the upcoming, okay, so here I've messed up. This should be is above, or we can just say is after. Is after today, meaning that this will return it true. If it will return it true, then that one will be counted here. So let me try to see. Okay, you can see we have 3 upcoming here. As you can see, all of these are on tomorrow, so we can just change it to 14th, let's say, and then let's try to see. We can have 2 here, as you can see, and then for the complete, I have said if it is before today, meaning that we will count it as a complete appointment. Okay, we'll count it as a complete appointment count. Okay, so let's try and see. Yep, so here we have 1 complete, we have 2 upcoming, and we have 3 that are all appointment that are for this specific doctor. Okay, so let's now show this. Let's get for the last month and for the last week, and then we can just replicate it for these other data. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so to show for the last week and for the last month, let's create another appointment. Let's say we can just say we can just say last week appointment count, and then we can have last month appointments counts, and then we can have something like this. I need to create these 2 variables that will be also public. This will be for last, I'll call it last week, which will be equal to carbon today, then sub week, meaning that we will get the date of the last week. Okay, and then for the month, meaning that we will sub month. Okay, this will be last month. Okay, and then to get the last week appointments, what we can do here, we can just have an if. Okay, we can just have an if, and then we can just say we can have something like this, and we can just have is between, we can just say if is between, then today we can just say yep, so today will be ahead, so we can just say here we can have this last week, comma, then that one. So this will check if the appointment date is between the last week date and today's date. Okay, so that one will be treated as the last week appointment count. So we'll call it last week appointment count, and then for the last month appointment count, we can just say last month, and this one will be last month appointment count. Okay, so now to show this, let's go to appointments. Here, doctor appointment, we can just show this one. This one is for last week. And then this one will be for the last month. Okay. So now let's see. On 23, let's see on line 23 what we have. Okay, so since this seems to be an error here, so what we can do, we can just replace this one with this one. Okay, so let's copy this one and let's go here, and then let's replace the is last week, and then let's replace the is last month. So here it will be sub month. Okay, and then let's remove this. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, okay, now we can see for the last week we have one, and for the last month we have one. Okay, okay, let's see. Yeah, so I think that is fine, since this one will be for the last week, and also it will be for the last month, because we have only one. Okay, so that's why you can see here we have one. Okay, then for the upcoming appointments, okay, for the upcoming appointment, let's go and do that. Okay, for the upcoming, what we can do simply, since here we get the upcoming, okay, what we can do, okay, so actually for the upcoming we don't need to show this, because the upcoming is just to show the upcoming data. So we can just remove this for the upcoming. We can just remove that one. So let's go to the upcoming and then remove this DL. Okay, let's remove that one. And also for the complete, we can just remove, and then let's see. Okay, so now we have something like this. So for the doctor side, this one is done. The dashboard is done. Let's go to the admin side, and then let's try to get these details. Okay, so what we can do simply to get the registered users for the last week, I think this is too much. Maybe we can just show it. Let's just show it. So what we can do, we need to get all users as we did here for the appointment. So we need to get all users. I can just say all users, and then we can get them from user. You can just say get, and then we can have a for each. And then inside it, we can just have something like this. Okay, we can have these two ifs to get the registered users from last month and last week. Okay, then this will, we need to change, and we need to add the one for the last month users. And then we can have the last week users. Okay, so now here we can just show last week users, and here we can just show last week, last month, users count. And then let's show this one. Let's go to users here. So for the last month, it will be last month users. Okay, and then for the last week, we can have here it will be last week. Okay, so now let's go to the admin and then refresh. Okay, you can see here we don't have any data since let me see here. All right, so here we need to pass the created ad, and here created ad, and then let's refresh. Okay, so what we can do, let's see the created ad for these users. Let's check that one. Okay, so this one will be okay. Let's see. I think there is something that is wrong here. So here we get, let's use all here. Let's double D that one. Oh, I've put it inside the if that was issue, so let's remove that one and put it outside the if, so it should be here. And then let's see. Yep, you can see now we have these 12 users there. So then let's show the doctors. Let's get the doctors. The doctors, let's show here all doctors. The doctors, let's get doctor all, then okay, so we have doctor. Okay, then let's create those variables. Then let's show it. So here is last month. And here it should be last month. Okay. Then for the patients, let's have something like that. Here we have patient, and here we can have patient, and then to get for the patient, let's repeat the same procedure. You can say patients, here is doctors. Okay, so to get patient, we go to users. Here we have where hello equals to 0. Then we get the details. Okay, then we say all patients. Okay, so then we can just add here patients. Okay, so now we can just show this one. So patients last month, and here last week. Okay, so now if we go to admin, and now you can see we have all this data. It works fine. Okay, so now what we can do, since the dashboards are complete, and we can have here the details as they seen. On doctor side we have something like this. Okay, so now since this works fine on my doctor's page here, you can see everything is fine. Schedules are fine, my appointments are fine. Okay, so now if we go back to the admin, what we can do next, we can just show the, let's go to the status. Let's show the statuses for the appointments. I think that one will be good for now if we will work with this one. So let's go. Let's start with all appointments on the admin side. So let's go to all appointments on the admin side. All appointments, and then let's go to the status here. Okay, so now according to the status that we have, on the database actually. So let's change this one to be a div, because that one I don't want to be clicked. Okay, so then here we can have the confirmed. Okay, and that confirmed will only come if will only come if what did I use here? It's an item, or I've just used appointment. So let me use the same. Let me use the same here. You can just say appointment, then the status equals to 1. Okay, if the status equals to 1, meaning that we should show this one. Okay, and else we can just change that okay, we can just change this one, be pending. And then this can be text hello. And then we can end if here. So we need to end the if here. So this all will be pending now. So let me just have the SPG for the cross here. So let me go and check for hero icons. So let me use this one. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, we have something like this, but this background should change. Yeah, we have something like that. That will be for pending. Okay, then we need to add the status here. Okay, we should check also for it if it is complete. So okay, so here can just check for is complete. This status, I think it is more complicated, so let's check for is complete only. Okay, so if we check for is complete, I think now it will be like this. So then if it is complete, we can just say complete and leave the issue of is complete and of that status. So we can just remove that one. So let me go and remove the status here. Okay, and then let's go to the database and remove that also. Remove the column for the status, this one. Yeah, so I think for now it is fine like this. And then when it will be complete, this one status will change and be like, so let's try out and change one of them. So let's change it to 1. Let's try out. Let's refresh. Yeah, you can see this one is complete. Okay, so to make this complete and incomplete, this can only be done by the doctor. Okay, so the doctor will mark it as done when the appointment is complete. Okay, so to do that, let's make this functionality be available to only the doctor. Okay, so to do that, okay, so on the patient side, on booking appointment on this page, let me show you. There is a new change that I've made. It's just the email notification. Uh, and the email notification will be sent to the doctor, to the patient, and also to the hospital, I mean the system admin, when the new appointment will be created. And that email will be used as the confirmation email to the doctor, patient, and also the admin. Okay, so I'll just show you how it works and then I'll explain to you the code. And then if you feel you not understand it, just see the GitHub repo that I've provided the link, so you can just go there and code with me. So you can just see what I've done there, and then you can try it on yourself. Okay, so let me just go with a little bit faster. Okay, so let's try to book this time and then click OK. So now you can see it will be trying to send an email, so that's why you see it somehow delays. Okay, so now you can see the email is sent successfully. Okay, and then you can see here we have the new appointment here. Okay, with the time that we've used there, which is 9 a.m. as you can see here. So also you can just see this time formatting I've just added, so you can just pass through the code that I've provided and you can see how I've formatted this. So I've not shown it all on how I code it in order to reduce the time. Okay, so for now, as you can see, this appointment have been created. So what we can do, let's confirm if the email has been sent to the doctor, to the patient, and also to the admin. Okay, so to start with the patient, our patient is this one. So let's check the email of that patient, this one. So let me go to the email of this guy. Okay, so let me go to that email. uh, Let me go to my Gmail. Yeah, so now you can see we have an email here which is 1 minute ago, and you can see The email have this following details. As you can see, this is appointment confirmation. An appointment has been created successfully. You can see the details, you can see the day, you can see time, and then location. So these other details you can just add it on your database from, let's say, from the hospital. So this will be the hospital address. So I've just added it to just to showcase how you can add the other details. Okay, so then you can see the patient details here. You can just see the doctor that you have booked and their specialty, and then you can see here we have this message, and then the user that have received the email can click here and access the system. Okay, you can see here it will be the login page. So this is uh, our patient. Okay, so the patient have received this email. As you can see, he will be asked to make sure he arrive on time. So let's confirm with our admin who is this one, but our admin, I've decoded the email, so I've used this email. So let me show you. I was decoded the admin email. So let me see. You can see on the admin email that I've decoded here. I'll just show in a minute. Let me just show you where I've decoded that one. You can see here I've used this email to send the email to my admin. So I'll just show you. This one is the email for the admin, and then let me see. You can see the name. If you come here, you will see I've just also passed the name here. I've decoded the name, which is admin, and then the email say that like an appointment has been created with the following details. You can see the details of the doctor, the patient, and also the appointment details. And then you can see this message is different from this message here. You can see, and then when you come here to the admin, you will see this message is different, and also the admin can click here and access the system. Okay, so this is our admin, and then let's see for the case of our doctor. So the email for the doctor was this one. So let me just show you in a minute how the email for the doctor look. This one, you can see we have the new email here. So let me just open that, and then you can see here this is the email, and here you can see this message is different from the message that the patient has received, also the admin, and you can see here the name is the name of the doctor, but when you come to the admin, you can see here is the name of the admin, and when you come to the patient, you can see here is the name of the patient. So this is how I've added that email notification when the client or the patient have created an appointment. Okay, so this is how I've added that thing. So I'll just show you in a fast way how I've done that. So at first I've created the mail class, which is this one, but I've created that mail class with its markdown. So if you don't know how to use the markdown, let me just let me know, and then I'll create the video concerning the how you can create the emails by using the markdown. Okay, so this is my email class that I've created, and this references this file, which is the file that contain the markdown. When I'm talking about the markdown, these are just the simplest way for you to create the styles. As you can see here on the email, we have these styles. So you can see this text is bold, okay, and this is not bold, as you can see here. So these are the styles that are being provided by the Markdown. Okay, so I'll just show you how we have styled there. But here you can see I've passed the appointment data as a parameter through this with function. Okay, so also I've passed it on the constructor, and then I've done it like that. So this is my mail class, and then on my booking appointment component, as you can see here, this is where I was creating the appointment before we have something like this. And then now I've created these datas. These are the appointment email data. Here you can see I have the date, I have the time, I have the location, I have the patient name, patient email, doctor name, doctor email, and then his specialization. As you can see here, this is the relationship. Okay, and then down here I have sent the appointment notification. So when you go to this appointment notification function that I've created down here, you can see I received this parameter that I've passed from here, which is this one. I've passed it here, and then when you come to this function, it accepts that parameter, and then we will send the email to the admin, then here to the doctor, and then down here to the patient. So here the admin email, I've recorded them, as you can see, since the the admin email will not change. So then here I've just called the helper function of mail, and then here you specify who you are sending to, and then here we call the send function, and then here we call the instance of class, that is appointment created class, which that I've shown you here. Okay, so now those details that I've passed as a parameter here will be passed here, but in this array I've added the admin as the recipient name, and also I've added the role of the recipient. I have not used the role from the database. I've just decided to use this one in order for the simplicity. Okay, so I've done that also for the doctor, but what changes here is this one. Since the email of the doctor changed and also the email of the patient changes. So I've done something like that, and then it will return. So that is all the change that I've done. So let me just show you the markdown, how I've make it. So let's go to the markdown. So this one is a mail markdown that is created through the command, and then it will create a file like this. And then when you come to this file, I've tried to use the markdown. As you can see, this is how the syntax of a markdown look like. So this will be a title if you use this one, and then here you can see the name of the recipient, which I've passed it from here. You can see the name of the recipient, and then here recipient, and then you can see this is the message that says appointment has been created, which is this one. Okay, and then also I've added the appointment details as shown here. These are the appointment details, and then you can see the patient details, you can see the doctor details, and then here I have an if in order to check for the role of the recipient. Okay, so as I've shown you here, this helps us just to define which message to send to which user. Okay, so as you can see here, for the admin, I've provided the different message. You can see to the doctor is different, and also to the patient is different. And then I've given the button here, the mail button, which redirects the user to the login page. So when the user click that button, this one, it will be redirected to the login page. So that's how I've created that, and then here you can see the thanks. So you can come here and see this is the thanks, and then this is the app name. So this is the app name that you have created on the .env file. Okay, so that is how I've implemented the email sending. So if you think or if you find any issue about that, just see the details that I've provided on my GitHub, and then you can just go along with this. But also don't forget to configure the email. But if you follow this video from the start, I've already implemented this one. Okay, so from the beginning when we were trying to send the verification email, I showed you how to configure this one, so don't forget to do that. And then for now, the issue of email notification is done. And then since that thing is done, let me go here and show you. So that thing is done. Okay, and then appointment creation is done. Displaying date and available time slot. Already I've shown you that thing. We have shown the doctor listing. Okay, also for the admin, we have built the interface to manage doctors and appointments. That is done. We have implemented the search. So now we can just focus on implementing how the admin can cancel an appointment and also can reschedule the appointment. After that, we will come directly to the articles. So let's just see here what remains. On the patient side, you can see here this is featured doctors, but also here you can see there is a link for the patient to go and look for all doctors that are not even featured. Okay, and then here you can see this also works fine, and here there is a link. So in order for us to be able to show all doctors, as I've said before, these are all for featured doctors. So to do that, let's just create this page for showing all list of doctors, but we'll show them in this way. Okay, so let's just do that. So let me close this one. Then let's create the component for that. So let's just create that component. Let's just say PHP @sun Livewire make all doctors. Okay, you can see now it's complete, and then let me open those files. Okay, so now in order for us to show all the list of doctors, let's go and change something on migration. Let's go to the migration of our doctors. Let's go to the migration of our doctors, and then here let's add the is featured. Okay, so let's add here is featured. Okay, this one will be by default, it will be 0, meaning that the doctor is not featured. This means not, and then this means is featured. Okay, so that is how we're gonna do it. So let me just add that one, that simple change on our database. So let's go to the doctor, and then let's add that column. I'll just add it after experience. Let's call it is featured. Make sure it resembles that one that we've added there. Then by default it will be 0, and then let's save it. Okay, so now in order for us to show the all the list of doctors from that page that we have created, let's create that route. Let's create the route for that. So that is for the patient side. So let's go to the patient, and then let's add the page for all doctors, and then here we'll say load All doctors. Let's create that function. So let's say public function, then we will return a view which is on patient directory, then all doctors, and then let's create that one. Okay, so then let's extend the app layout. Okay, and then let's show the slot here. So let me just copy one among the slots. Okay, so let me copy this slot. Our doctors. Okay, so now let's just use this link. Our doctors. Then we need to show it on the featured doctors. When the link, the user click this explore more. So let's just use it here. All doctors. And then let's try to optimize the project. Okay, so let's try. Okay, so now we can just log in as a doctor here. So this is doctor side. Let's go to the patient side. Let's see one of our patients. So here our patient is this one. So let's log in at that one. Okay, so now if user click this one, should be redirected to that page. As you can see, this is all our doctors page, and then let's show that list of doctors. So to do that, let's just go here, and then let's reference the component for this one, all doctors, and then close that one. But still you can't see anything here since we don't have anything on that page. So let me close that one, and then on here let's just copy all the thing from the featured one. Let's just paste it here. Oh, I've messed up, so it's this one. Okay, so let me paste it here. But here in all doctors, we don't need to have this root. Okay, so now let's see. Actually, it will throw an error since we don't have this some of these. Okay, we don't have this one. Okay, so in order for us to call this one, we can just copy that functionality from featured doctors from here. As you can see, what I can do, let me just use this one. Then let's say all doctors. And then here, what we can say will not have any where condition, okay? Since we want to show all the doctors, okay? But here on the featured, we'll add the condition, which will be where is featured equals to 1. Okay, yeah, so meaning that on featured we should have only the featured doctors. So then it is featured equals to 1. Okay, so just change that way, and then let's see. So now let's go back and see for the featured what's shown here. Yeah, you can see now we don't have any featured doctor. So since in database we don't have any featured doctor, so let's say this one is featured. So let's say 1, and then let's try to refresh. Yeah, you can see the featured will be shown here, and then let's go to this page and make it work. So let me close the featured. Let's remain with all doctors. So now in the all doctors component, we need to use that one instead of this one. So let's paste it there. Oh, I think that should be underscore there. So let me use the underscore here. Okay. Now let's try to go to that page. Yeah, now you can see here we will change and we'll say our professional doctors instead of featured. So we'll say our professional and specialized doctors, and then let's reduce the size of the text. Okay, so that way, so you can see now we have all the two doctors without let's say this one we know is featured and that one is not featured. Okay, so that is how this page will look like. And then when user come back to home, and then let's click here, you can see we are going to this page. Yeah, so that is how we need to show the doctors. And then remember, if user log out here, still have the option to go to the home page here. Oh, let me just log in. And then let's go to home page here. Okay, if user comes here, also have the ability to see the list of doctors. Okay, so now if we go there, what we'll get an error, since that page have the authentication. Okay, so what we can do, we can just go to that new page that we have created here, this one. As you can see here, we have extended the app layout, meaning that for the patient who is not logging, we can just have something like this, and then let's say auth user is not equal to null. Okay, meaning that the user is logging. We can just show this one. Okay, we can just extend the app layout, and then we can show that component. And else, if the user is not logging, what we can do, we can just use the welcome page like this. Okay, we can just use this one, and we'll reduce some of the things there. Here, let's reduce that, and then let's reduce this one also, and then let's remove this one also. Then the component will come here. Okay, so here we'll have an if and then else. On else, we'll just show the page that the user is supposed to see. So let's try to refresh, and let's go to see all our doctors. Okay, so that one is unavailable. Okay, so I know that is because this one is require the user to be logged in. So we can just let it live here outside like this one, so that any user can access it. So let's just optimize the project. Okay, then let's try to go back, refresh, and then let's access that page. Yeah, now you can see we can have this list of users. Okay, okay, let's go to that page because I've seen something here. Let's see what is that. Let's go to the page. Okay, so that is how the user will see all the list of the doctors. And then also if the user click here, should be redirected to the same page that the user click here. So let's also apply that route there. So that one is from the dashboard and then to the that is the patient dashboard, which is this one, and then we can go to okay, let's go to the welcome page, and then we can see that is a hero section. So let's go to the hero section. Okay, so when user click that book your appointment, should be redirected to the page of all doctors. So let's add that all doctors, and then click there. You can see we come to the list of doctors, and then this list of doctor meaning that it will be very long. Okay, so what we can do, we can just try to have the loop. I think we can just paginate that data. Okay, but for now let's leave it as it is, and then now let's focus on how the admin can uh, assign the doctors featured or not featured. Okay, so let's go here. Then let's try to log in as an admin. Okay, let me this one. Let me use the incognito. Okay, now you can go to doctors. Okay, so now here we can add one field that will be a checkbox. That checkbox meaning that the admin can allow this doctor to be featured or not to be featured. Okay, so let's add that one as quickly as possible. So let's go to the list of doctors. List of doctors. I think it's this one. Okay. Yeah. So here, then let's show the checkbox. So let's go to Preline UI. Then let's check for the checkbox. I think we can just use the switch like this one. Okay, so let's just see the code. So I just paste it here. Okay, so now we can see we can have something like that. And then let's see. So let's try to reduce the height. You can just say 4. And then let's see how it looks. Oh, we have messed up with it. So what we can do, let's just say 4 here for the size, and let's see what. Okay, but still the height should be a little bit bigger, so let's just say 5 and see. Okay, but for now it ends here, so let's just return it to the original way so that it can be like that. Okay, so I think for now it's fine, so let's just use that one. So here let's just add the model. We can just add a model here, which can be a wire model, and then here we can just say call the featured function, which will call the ID of the doctor. Okay, so let's create this on doctor listing component. Let's go to the doctor listing component here. Let's just create that function. So if we need to call the function, meaning that this should not be model, it should be a click, and then we can just say let's say prevent. Okay, so this featured function, it will accept the doctor ID. Okay, and then what we can do, we can just update the doctor's table. So here we can just say doctor will be equal to doctor, and then find, and then we can just say doctor update. Then we're gonna update the is featured column to be 1. But here what we can do, we can just check if the doctor is ID is 1, we can just change it. So we can just have an if here, if doctor then is featured equals to 1, meaning that we will need to update it to be 0, else meaning that we should change that to 1. Okay, so I think that one is fine, and then let's try to see what it happens. Now in our database we have just one featured, so let me change it to be not featured, and then let's try to see what will happen here. Let's see on our database here, it is not changing. Let's see. And then let's see to the database. Oh, something is wrong. So let me see if we get this ID. Okay, so we get the details of the doctor, as you can see. And then okay, so meaning that this else is fine. Let's try to refresh. All right, so that one is not working, I think. All right, I think this is because I've added it changing. I didn't have added it on the doctor's side, so let's add it here. Okay, so now if we try out, let's refresh, and then okay, so now let's see. Yeah, so this is working. So now let's try to find a way for when user will refresh the page, this should remain as checked. Okay, so now if you refresh, you can see it is unchecked. Right, so to make this one work, let's go to the blade. This is our blade here. What we can do on this, since it's a checkbox, meaning that it have this checked. So what we can do, we can just have an if here, check if the doctor is featured. Okay, so if it's featured, meaning equals to 1, we can just say checked. Okay, you can just use that bootstrap directive, what I mean Laravel directive here, or you can just pass that checked like this. Okay, all of them will work out. So now if you try to refresh, now you can see all are checked. This, since if you come to the database, you can see all the doctors are featured. Okay, so let's go to the component here and let's remove this one, and then let's try to see if we can remove a doctor from being a featured. Okay, so let's try out and then let's refresh. Now let's remove this one. Okay, let's see on the database. Now they were like this. Let's see. Yeah, now you can see this one is not featured. Okay, so if you refresh again, you can see this is unchecked and this one is checked. So that is how we're gonna control the featured and not featured doctors. So now if the user will come here, now you can see we have only one featured doctor, and then when we go here, you can see we can see the featured and not featured. But now I want to add a badge here to show that this one is featured and that one is not featured. Okay, so to do that, let me just use the badge from the articles. As you can see here, from articles we have this badge. So I just want to use this one. So let me go to these featured articles. Let me go to featured articles here, and then you can see we have this one. Okay, so I just want to use that one. So let me go to all doctors. All doctors. Let's go to all doctors. Here, I want to add it here. Okay, before these icons. So let me go here. It will be below the bio. Let's see. Yeah, now you can see, but maybe we can put it above the bio. So let me cut that one and put it above here. And let's see. Okay, so now we can control the color for the featured and not featured. Okay, so now let's say what we can do here, we can have an if. So if the doctor is featured, meaning that it's one, we can just say featured, and then the other one will be, we can just say normal. Okay, or we can just not show anything. So if we don't want to show anything, what we can do, this if can be outside here, and then this one can be inside it. Okay, so now this one can be there, then let's squeeze it inside. Okay, so now if we come here, we can see this one is featured. Okay, and then let's try to add it the good color. So we can just put the let's say we can just have the blue. Okay, let me add this some color there. Yeah, so I think that one is fine. So this one will be shown as a featured doctor, and this one is not featured. Okay, so now after making that clear, let me check on my timeline here. We need to go and handle appointment cancellation and rescheduling on the admin side and also on the patient side. Okay, so let's go to the patient side. The patient side here, let's log in. Let's log in as a patient. Okay, then now here the patient should be able to reschedule the appointment and also can be able to cancel the appointment. Okay, so what we can do also on the all appointment is the functionality will be the same. So let's start with the all appointments. Let's close this one. And then let's go to all appointments here. Okay, after the status here, we need to add one column which will be used to cancel. So this one we can add a button here. So let me just, not even a button, we can just add the icon. So let's go to the hero icons. And here let's use this one for canceling the appointment. And then for the rescheduling, you can just add another icon there. Let's say you can search for edit. So let's use this one. So this one will be used for rescheduling. Okay. And then add that table heading here. This one will be actions. Okay, so this seems to be not good. We can just them in the same column. And then what we can do, we can just add here the class, and you can say flex. Okay, then we can add some gap there. Okay, so then what we can do, we can just change these colors. Alright, so this seems to have a challenge, as you can see here. So let me just use this one. So let me cut that one, and then let me just copy this one. And then let's use this one inside that new column. And then let's remove this one. And then let's see. Okay, so now at least it looks nice. So then let's give it a flex here. And then let's say okay. So now I want to wrap these things for rescheduling, meaning that we can wrap it in an anchor tag. So let's use the anchor tag here. And on cancelling, let's just wrap it with a button. So let's use a button. Okay, so now let's refresh. And then now, okay, we can have something like this. So let's just give it a color there. So let's say uh, background, let's say red of, let's say 300, and let's see, say border, can just say rounded. Okay, so now let's give it a red of, and then the text color will be white. And then let's give it a padding. Okay, so just give it the padding of 1. Okay, and then let's do the same thing for the here. We can just say margin x of 3. let's leave it here. And then let's make the same change to the anchor tag here, but this one will be let's say blue. Okay, so now we can have something like this, and then when a user click this one, it should cancel the appointment. So let's work on that. So when user will click and then let's ask for confirmation. We can just say, are you really want to cancel the appointment? Okay, so now let's refresh and click that one. You can see. Okay, so now let's work on the function for canceling here. So just say cancel, and then in that one we should pass a parameter here. It should pass the ID of that appointment, and then let's create this one. Okay, so then inside it we can just cancel that appointment, so we can just delete it. So we can just say like appointment goes to appointment, then we find it. Then let's see WD that one, and then let's see if we get that. Okay, so here I've used the item. Okay, I used the appointment here on the for each here. So also here I use the appointment, not item. Okay, now let's try. Then okay, yep, you can see we get the appointment, and then what we can do, we can just remove that appointment from the table. So we can say appointment, then delete. Okay, then what we need to do, we can just return the session flash. You can just give the message saying like appointment cancelled successfully, and then we should return redirection to this page. So here, remember this one, this component is shared among doctor, admin, and then the patient also. So in order for the redirection to work perfectly, let's check for the logged in user role. So let's say auth user role equals to 0, meaning that we can redirect to that page, which is for the patient. And then don't forget to navigate here. So navigate, navigate, then a true, then this one will be here. Okay, so now for the patient side, I think this one will work fine. So let's see. So let's try to remove one of the appointments. So let's remove this one. Yeah, you can see we have remained with the only 2 appointments. And in order for you to redirect successfully, now for the patient it works fine. But let's say then let's go to the admin, and then let's go to the all appointments, and then let's admin try to cancel one of the appointments. As you can see here, this will cause error on the redirection since we have not considered the admin role. So let's go here and add another one for the admin. And then for the admin, we should redirect to this page. So let's call that one. And then for the doctor, if the role is 1, so for the doctor, let's see here, for the doctor, to get all the appointments, I think it's this one. So we use that one here. Okay, so now this one we should work fine. So let's go to the admin side. As you can see, we can navigate to other pages like this. So that is page number 2, as you can see there. Or we can just let's say show 10 details. Okay, so let's go back to page number 1. Okay, so now let's try to remove one of this appointment here. Let's try. Okay, so appointment is being removed, but the flash is not showing in there because I think let's go to the admin appointments. Yeah, you can see here there is no a way to show those. Let's just copy that one from the patient. I mean my appointments, and then this one is for showing the. So let's just go to the doctor side. I mean admin. Yeah, so that one will show the flash message. Let's try to remove another one. Yeah, you can see. Then that works fine on the admin and the patient. Let's see for the doctor. Let's log in as a doctor. Okay, then let's go to my appointments. Okay, you can see here the doctor can cancel, so let's cancel that one. Okay, also on the doctor side we need to add the flash message. Let's try to refresh and let's say delete this one. Yeah, you can see the appointment cancelled successfully. But then what I want to do when the appointment will be cancelled, I just want to send an email, and that email will be sent to all the 3 users as we did for the appointment creation. So what we can do, so to send the email with Markdown, let's go to the terminal and then run this command. As you can see here, we can just say appointment cancelled, and then let's give the class name as appointment cancelled. Okay, and then enter. So this one will create the appointment, the email class, and also will create the appointment cancelled markdown here, which is the file. So what I'll do, I'll just want to copy some of these details here since I'll repeat the same procedure. So let's go to this one, and then let's create this appointment data. So let's just use the way we did on the booking appointment. So here we will say appointment has been cancelled. Let's say cancelled with the following details, and then we will say like this will be the details for the appointment before being deleted, and then we can just add one detail here. We can just say who has deleted the appointment. Okay, so or we can just say cancelled by and then we can show the role. Okay, so here we can just show the role. So after being able to do that, okay, these details here we can say for the doctor side, here we can show the one who deleted the message is the one that will be used here. So we will check it. If it's admin, we will say you have cancelled. If it's a doctor, we will say you have cancelled. Or if it's the patient, we will say you have cancelled. So let's make this data first, and then we will come back here. So we need to do it inside here. So in order for us to be able to do that, let's go to the booking component and let's copy this function. So let's create that function here. Let's import the class, and this one will be, let me just highlight all of them and then change it to cancelled. Okay, and then this appointment data, we need to create it in the construct of this class. Okay, so let's go to booking. Let's just go there and just do the same thing. Let's go here. Okay, yeah, the markdown will be same, and then we need to pass the data there as like this. So let's just use this one. So this one should be build. Okay, and then this will be appointment cancelled. And then this appointment data will be passed there at the same. And then let's scroll that one, and let's scroll this one, and then what we are required to do is to create the payload. So we need to create something like this. So let's go back to our all appointments, and then here, before deleting that data, we can just create that payload. Okay, and then send the notification, and then we can delete that data. Okay, yeah, so I think that one will be easy. Okay, so now for the date of appointment, let's just first import this one. Let's import the carbon, and then for the time slot, now we get from this one. So let's say appointment, then appointment time. Okay, and then for the date, we'll just say appointment, then appointment date. Okay, then we can have, okay, the name of the patient. The name of the patient, what we can do, since there we have the user ID, so meaning that we can get that name. So what we can do here, we can just say patient will be equal to appointment, no, let's say user, and then find appointment, then user ID, then that way. Let's import this one, and now let's close this one, or let's just double D here. Let's get the patient. Let's see if we try to cancel. Oh, that one is empty. Why? So yeah, this one is patient ID. Okay, so now let's try. Yeah, you can see we get that patient details. So now if we get the patient details, meaning that we can get the name, so that will be used here. It will be patient name and email. Okay, then for the doctor side also we can get the doctor details here, since we have the doctor ID here. So that will be doctor ID, and then this one will be doctor, and then here we can say doctor. Okay, and then let's see if we get the doctor double D, and then doctor. And then let's try to see if we get the doctor. Yeah, that one is our doctor. So then what we can do here, in order for us to be able to get the doctor details, we can just use that doctor here, and then remove this and remain with something like that. And then in order for us to be sure that we get the specialties, let's see if we get doctor, and then we get the doctor user, and then we get the name. Let's see what we get. Yeah, we can get those details like that. So this one will work out. And then now if you remember here on the markdown, I've said we're gonna add the details of the one who cancelled the appointment. So here we need to have the cancelled by, so that will be cancelled by, and then here we can say role. Okay, so we need to have these two details, so let's go here and add them. So to get the one who cancelled the appointment, meaning that it will be easy if we use uh, the logged in user. Okay, so this one will be the cancelled by. So cancelled by details. Okay, and then this one will be used to get the one who cancelled. So let's add that one here, which will be cancelled by. I don't know if it is right. Let me see here. It's cancelled by. And then we need the role. Okay, so let's add the role here, and then let's get all the details from this one. So for the role, it will be role cancelled. Oh yeah, I don't put the C, so let me add the C here. Cancelled by. Okay, then the role. But what we can do, we can just say I think that one is enough. Then cancelled by, we can just put the name of the one who cancelled here. So let's say the name. Okay, and then if we come here, we can get the name of the one who cancelled it, and then you can get the role, and then what we will do with this role, we'll just change this one to be a role. Okay, so then here we'll change if the role is 2, meaning that is an admin, if the role is 1, and if the role is 0. Okay, what we can do, we will not have this button for viewing that appointment, so let's remove that one. And then for the admin, we can say for the admin, I think we can just leave the way it is. And then for the doctor, we can say you have a cancelled schedule. Cancel the schedule. Appointment. Okay, and then for the patient, we can just say has been successfully cancelled, and then we can say still you can book another appointment. Okay, so I think that one is fine. So for now, let's go here. Okay, so after the appointment will be cancelled, then we'll send the notification. So when sending the notification, we can just show a loading indicator. So let's go here. When the user is trying to cancel that one, okay, so let's try to find a way to show a loading indicator. Okay, so Livewire give us the way to show the indicator. So let's just show here. Down here, I think it will be fine. Let's give that div. Let's say wire loading, and then here we can just say like canceling. Okay, so now let's see what will to demonstrate that. Let's just try to comment this, and let's see if the loading indicator is shown. So let me just add this function in order to simulate the delay. So let me just say 3 seconds. So meaning that the system will delay for those seconds, and then let's see. Let's try to refresh, and then try to cancel. You can see canceling, but actually it has been shown to both of these details, which is wrong. So what we can do, we can just get this one, and then let's show it up here on top of the table. So I think that one will be nicely if it will be shown here somewhere. Okay, so let's show it here. And then let's see. Yeah, now you can see it is showing that it's canceling. Okay, so we can now we can continue with that. So let's go. That is in order for showing the patient that there is something that is going on, but you can customize it the way you want. So for me, I'll just leave it that way. So now let's test this thing if it works now. So let's go and try to cancel one of the appointment. Okay, then you cancel it. You can see canceling. Okay. Yep, you can see successfully cancelled, and here you can see we remained with only one appointment. And then let's check our emails. So the logged in user is this one. Okay, so this user, its email, let me check here. It's this one. So this one is the email for the patient. So let me go to check that email. Okay, you can see appointment cancelled. Okay, you can see here with appointment has been cancelled with the following details, as you can see. Then appointment cancelled by the name, and then here the role. I've put the number, so we need to make that one clear. So let's go to the here, and then what we can do, we can just say if equals to 1, you can just show it's a doctor, and then we can say if equals to 2, we can just show it's admin, and then we can just show it's a patient. Yeah, so I think that one, let's just, for simplicity, let's just use the if here. So if this one equals to 1, we can just say I want this one to be here. So we'll say lol, and then we can have something like this, and then here we can say, even we can just say like it's a doctor. okay, and then else if J is true, meaning that is the role will be an admin. So let's copy that one, and then here we're gonna say admin, and then else on else we'll say the role is a patient. Okay, so for now I think that one is clear. Yeah. So, but actually you can see the email has been sent, and here you can see the email has cancelled. Still you can book. So this one was the patient, and then for the doctor's side, let's cross check to the doctor's side. So let's see. Yeah, you can see here we received the email, but here we received it too because the email for the doctor here, as you can see, the email for the doctor is the same as the email that I've had coded here for the admin. As you can see down here, it's also used as that for the admin, so that's why we received the two emails here. So if I go inside, you can see the first one will be for the admin, and the second one will be for the doctor, I think. Not this one. Okay. Yeah, so that's how the email will be sent. So for now, I think we are good on canceling. So what we right, so before going to the rescheduling page, let's add the loader or the spinner on the loading here, as I've shown you before. So let's go to Preline UI, and then let's go to spinners. Then let's use this spinner. So let me copy that code, and then let's go to our loader here. This is our loader. So let's just paste that code that we've copied there. And then now, if we try to cancel any of the appointments, so let me just close this one or comment that one, and let me automate a sample delay of 4 seconds. Let's say 3, and then let's see how the loader will look now. Okay, so you can see now the loader is looking like this. Yeah, so that is how now it will look like. So let me just comment this. Right, so to reschedule the appointment, let's go and see what we have on our page here. So here, when user click reschedule, we should redirect the user to this path. So in order for us to be able to do this, so let's create this route first. So let's go. As for now, I've logged in as an admin, so let's create one for the admin. So we'll call it the schedule, but it pass a parameter which is appointment ID. can say load rescheduling form, and then let's create that function. And then we can return a view. Okay, so reschedule form. So let's create this page. .blade.php. Okay, so let's extend the app layout. Okay, so then let me pass some slot there. Let me pass this slot. Here we can say reschedule appointment, schedule appointment, and then let's create the rescheduling component. So let's create the component for rescheduling. So PHP at some Livewire make reschedule form. So let's create that component. And then we will reference it here as Livewire reschedule form. Okay, so let's go to that page and open the component, and then what we need to do here, uh, we need to have something like this on that page. So I just copy this one and then paste it in on our reschedule form. But what we will change, we will show the user the appointment that he already have, and then we will show then this details for the user to be able to select another appointment. So what we can do, we can just copy those details from the booking component. So let's go to the booking component here. From booking component, we have these three variables. So let's use them here. And then we can have on mount, we need to call the doctor details. So also let's use that one. We will see how to create that one. So let's add that doctor details. So add. Okay, then we have fetch availability. We need this function, we need this function, and also this one. So we need these three function. Actually, we will create with this one for sending up appointment notification, for saying like the appointment is being rescheduled. So let's copy that for functions, and then let's paste here. Try to import some of the missing classes. So we will create the new class. So let me just comment this one for now. Let's see, for the appointment, let's import that model, import carbon. also import the doctor schedule. Yeah, now I think we are good. So what we can do here, in our page here on our doctor's admin side, let's try to optimize the project first. Let's say PHP at sun optimize. Okay, then when we come here, okay, let's try this one. So this one is not pointing to admin schedule. So let me see here. All right, I think I didn't add admin here. So let me say admin. So it will be like this. So let's try again. Yeah, so now it will require the admin variable, which I've shown you here. It will require this one. So in order for us to get the doctor details, what we can do, since in all appointments, we can get the doctor details from the appointment. So what we can do, we can just use this ID that we have sent there. So let's use that ID. That will be appointment ID, and then use that appointment ID to get the appointment details. Appointment details. It will be equals to appointment. Then find. Or I just want to get the doctor details also. So let me just say like with doctor. Then you can say where ID. Oh, I can just use find here to simplify things. So let's say appointment ID. Then we will get the appointment details. Then from appointment details, we can get the doctor. Okay, we can get the doctor there. So that will be assigned to doctor details. So it will be this, then doctor details, and then it will assign that. So we'll remove this one, and then let's try to download that one. So this doctor details, and then now let's see. Appointment ID. So let's see. Let's refresh. Okay, it will require appointment ID. So let me see what we've done here. So this one should go. Oh, I've messed up there. So it should go to the admin controller. So let's go to admin controller. Yeah, this one. So here you can just say appointment ID equals to this appointment ID. So we just say appointment ID, and then we can just call that one here. You can just call it from compact, and then you can call this one. Or let me just rename this one just to ID. and then we use it here, and then from here we can use that appointment ID, then it will be equals to the appointment ID. Okay, so then this will be accessible to our component. So let's go to the component. As you can see from the component here, we require this one. So that one will be available, and then it will be available here. So let's see. Yeah, now you can see we get that doctor's details here. You can see the doctor details. So what we can do, uh, we need to fetch this available dates. So let's see if we get those details for that specific doctor. So let's double D that one, and then let's see. So this available dates, and then let's refresh that page. Yeah, you can see we get the details, and then let's see if we refresh the page. Yeah, you can see we get the doctor, which we are on the reschedule page, and then let's see, you can see we get the appointment details. Let's try to see. Yeah, and we get the time slot. Actually this thing is working fine. So what we need to do, we need to show here the already booked the details. Okay, and then the user will be able to change through this common way. So let's show the appointment details for the current appointment. What we can do in order to show that, we have this one, which is appointment details. So from this one we can get those details. So let's do like this. We can just do this one. So let's go here. So here we need to have that details up here. So what I'll do, just say like, we can copy that one and then say appointment details. So here we can give it to the class of saying like text gray. Let's see what we have. Oh, 200 is too much. Let's say 100. Okay, 500. Yep. So now down here, I just want to use this component from Preline UI. I just want to use this way to show that details. So this is the check details. So let me use that one. So you need to have this one and order the list, and then you can have this list. So you need to have the tools. So let me copy that one, and then what I can do, I can just remove that one, and also let me remove this one, and then in here also I need to remove these two, and we can remain with that with only one. And now let's see. we have something weird. We have license and frequency ask the question. What I've missed here. Okay, let me just do something like this. So let me just remove this another thing, and then what we can do, here we can just pass the doctor the appointment details. So let's, okay, so now let's use this one. And then we can say doctor, and then you can say, actually the doctor name is there. We have the doctor name and the details, so we don't need to show here. We just want to show the date and the time. So let's show that one. So we can just say appointment date. Let's see. Yeah, and then we need to have the time. So let's say appointment details, then appointment time. Here we can concatenate these details. So we can have something like this. So this will be the details for now. So let's just give it a little bit text. Let's say 2 extra large. No, that one is too big. Let me say. Anyway, let's just use the 2. So and then let's try to make this date at least look like this one. Okay, so we can just use this one formatting way. So let's just format that time. And then for the date, I think we have that format here. Anyway, I think for the date is enough. Let's just use this way. And then now the user can be able to reschedule here. Let's say instead of 16th, he can use 19th. And then we need to go and update these details to this appointment. Okay, so in order for us to click here and update that details, meaning that we need to change this way. This should not be a book, it should be a date. And then here we can just say, do you really want to update appointment? And then we can say from, and then this one will be to. This from, we can just show the appointment date and time. So let's use that one that we have here. We can just say you want to change the appointment from that time to that time. So let's see. So you can just say like this one. So it will ask if you really want to update the appointment from 16th this time to 19th at this time. Okay. So then when user will click OK, it will update that appointment. So let's create this functionality for updating that appointment. So to simplify the thing, let's see what we do in booking. I think here we have something like this. So let me copy this function and then let me close that one. Let's go here. Let me paste it here below the mounting function. Yeah, here we will receive the time slot from that page there. And then here, what we need to do, instead of saving them directly like this, what we need to do, we need to uh, to update that data. So I'll just call the update function. And then instead of having time like this, what we'll do, we'll have the associative array here. Okay, so we'll start with, I think these other details will not be updated, like patient and the doctor. So what we need to do, here we need to get the appointment. We need to get the appointment from ID from here. So we need to create this the object of that appointment. So we can just say here, instead of new, we can just say update appointment. So this will be our object or our instance of that appointment. And then we will say appointment, then find. Here we will say this appointment details, and then we can say ID. So that will create this one. And then what we need to update, I just remove these details because we don't update them. So we just update these two. So let me update the date. So here we can just use this one since this is a updated date. So it will be there. And then we can update the appointment time, which will be the slot. Okay. And then this one we don't need it. So let me remove that one. And then we need to create this email. Okay, so to do that, here we have only two, so we need to create that email also. So let's run the command to create that appointment email. Okay, this one should be appointment updated, and here appointment updated. So create this appointment through this command, so enter, and then you can see it have created that for us. So this will be the class for sending that email. Okay, so let me close this one, and then let's close this one. Okay, so now what we can do, I just want to make it a little bit quick, so let's use this one. So here we need to have this public details that we are going to pass through the constructor. So let me just copy that one, and then let me use it here on our constructor. And then also we need to pass the markdown here. So we need to have the function of the build function down here. You can see down here we just have the content, so we need to change that one to be the build, and then here we'll just use the appointment updated. So this is a view that will contain the markdown, as you can see. So this one will be the markdown. And then what I want to do, since on the class level is done, so let me close that one. And then on the markdown, let me just use this one for the cancelled. Okay, so let's just use it here. All right. So then let me see what we need to have here. We just to have the recipient name, we need the date and time, location. So here we don't need this cancelled because it's just updated. What we can do, so here we will say appointment updated from. So right here we need to have those details. So what we can do, so this will be for the new appointment date, but for the late appointment before updated, we can just say old date, and here we can just say old time, and then we can just use the appointment details. We can just get that data, then we can just say appointment date, and then for the time also we can just have something like that. So let's just copy that one, and then here it will be time. Okay, so after having that details, then this appointment notification, let me uncomment, I commented it down here before, if you remember. Then here it will be appointment updated. Okay, so we'll use that class here. Okay, so now now what we need to do, let's go to the bed here. So here we'll have the old in order to show it a little bit quickly. So let's say this will be new appointment details, and here we'll say all the appointment details, and then here we'll just say all the date and all the time. Okay, so the location will remain the same, and here it will remain the same, and then here we'll just say appointment has been appointment has been updated with the above details. This is for the doctor. Then for the admin, we'll say you receive that one. Here we'll say for the patient has been successfully scheduled. Then we can just say see the above details. Okay, so this will be the appointment email for the updated appointment actually. So this will be appointment notification. Okay, so now we need to test this thing if it works. So let's first start by testing the rescheduling before sending the email. So let's just comment this one, and then let's see if it will update these details. Let's just try that one. So let's try to update that data. Okay, so it was 16th. Let's change it to 26, and then let's look on 8, and then let's say okay. Okay, it says like this function is not found. So let's see what we do. All right, we didn't change this name, so it is update appointment actually. So let's try to refresh that page, then okay. Okay, what redirection do we do? Oh yeah, so actually this is right because it have redirected us to that page. So let's see, now you can see it has updated to 26 8 a.m. So let's redirect here to the admin page, which is admin appointments. So let's go to that page. Yeah, so we need to redirect the user there. So let's try to update again this one, the first one. So we need to change from there. Let's try. So now it's this one. So let's change it to 23rd 11. So okay, now you can see 23rd 11 a.m. So that is working fine on the admin side. So on the patient and the doctor side, let's see if we log in as an here we've logged in as a patient. So let's see my appointments, so then this should not be admin reschedule. So we'll create another route for the patient. So let's do that one. Let me just copy this one, and then let me go to the patient side. That will be patient reschedule, and then that one will go to patient controller. and then we'll call that one. So we need to have the page for that. So I'll just copy this one and then use it on the patient. So let me paste it here. So then here we need to have something like that. So we just say schedule the appointment. So let's first create the this function on your patient controller. So what I can do, I can just go to that function and then let me copy it and paste it here. Okay, we'll have patient schedule form. Okay, it, and that also will be done to the doctor side here. So doctor will have something like that. So let's also do that for the doctor. Let me copy that one. Then let's paste it here. Okay, so now we are done there. And then what we need to do, we need to go to that all appointments component here, and here show these links based on the logged in user roles. So what we can do, here, you can just say auth user and then role equals to 0. Okay, so let me just use the if here. So if auth user ID, I mean role, equals to 0, and then we can have else if here. If it will be one, here it will be patient. This one will be doctor. And else, if it's an admin, we'll just keep the admin. Okay, so let's go to the patient now and let's see. Yeah, you can see it is pointing to patient, so click that one. Yeah, so let's try to, to refresh the project. So let's optimize it. I think we didn't do this for the doctor, so let's add also for the doctor here. So that one will be doctor. Yeah, so I think now we are good. Let's try to refresh again. And then let me clear the terminal. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, you can see even the patient have been able to reach this page. and then let's see if the patient can update that data from 23rd to 19, and then let's select another time. Let's say okay. Okay, so redirection actually there I didn't change it. So now you can see we are done only for the admin. So what we can do, we can just have another if here. You can just say if auth user, then role equals to 0. We will redirect the user to the my appointments, which is for the patient. And then if it is here, I'll say else if it will be the doctor, we'll direct it to I don't know, I don't remember for the doctor. Let me just add for the admin. Okay, let me see for the doctor appointments. That is doctor appointments. So let us add the doctor appointments. Okay. So now the redirection will be according to the specific patient. Let's see if it has updated. Yeah, you can see we've changed it from 23rd to 19th. Let's change again to 26, and then 9. Yeah, you can see it has changed. Okay, you can see. You can just change it to anywhere you want. Let's see. Yeah, so that is how it is done. And then let's log in as a doctor, and then let's check that functionality. Okay, so let's log in as a doctor. So I think the doctor was this one. Let's go to appointments. You can see this is the appointment that was updated there. So let's just update the same appointment. You can see now it's 23rd. Let's change it to 30. And then let's do this one, and then let's say okay. Yeah, you can see now it has changed. Let's go to the admin side. You can see let's refresh. Yeah, you can see it was changed. So now let's allow the email sending. So let me cut this one, and then let's uncomment this one so that we can send the email. So let me cut this one, we don't need it. Okay, so we can have something like this, and then let's see if that email will be sent to all users. So let me just do this doctor to try update that again. Okay, so I'll just update it from 30 to 19, then 9. So let's try. Okay, and define the key role. Okay, so let's see what we have messed up there. The key role is not there. Let's see here. All right, I think I've used that one on my blade view of my. Let me see here. Okay, so what we can do, we can just use the recipient role in order to simplify. This one will be recipient role, and then it change it here. If it will be equals to admin, here if it will be equals to doctor, and this one if it will be equal to patient. Okay, so that one will be good, since here we have doctor, admin, and patient. Okay, so let's do that again. Let's see, fresh, and then let's change again from 19, let's say, to 23rd, and then let's say 11. Okay, I think we need to add the loader here again. So let's see, you can see it's loading. All right, it has changed here actually. So let's see if we received the email. Let's start to check that one for the admin. I think this one is an admin. So let's see. Yeah, you can see we've received that email here. An appointment has been, wow, this one. I think I didn't change here. So let me update it here, not cancelled. Say updated. Okay, so now let's try again. Let's change that one from 2030 to 30 and then 11. Okay, and then let's see, we received the email. Yeah, you can see we received this email, and with these details, as you can see, the new details and the old details will be shown there. This you can see is 2030 and this one was 30. I think you can see here the old details and the new details. So that is how you do it. And then let me go back to the code, and this is the blade. So all of this code will be available on my GitHub link, so just to go there and check. All right, now let me close this, and this one also this. So what I want to do, let me see from my logs here. Yeah, so what we need to do next, we need to have a way for a user, the admin, the doctor, and also the patient can be able to add their profile images. So now you can see when you go to profile here, a user can update their names and their emails. So we can add here a way for a user to add their profile images. Also, you can see on your appointments here, we require the images of patient. This is a doctor. Actually, when you go to the appointments, you can see we need the image. When you come to the admin side, we need the doctor image and also the patient image. So the images are required in many ways. So you can see even in scheduling here, we require the image of the doctor. So let's do that. Let's add the way for a patient to add their images, right? So let's go with that one. So in order for us to be able to do that, let's start by adding the image upload approach here. So let's uh, start by creating the I think we can start by adding the symbolic link. So I'll be using the symbolic links you can see on the config, then a file system. On your file system here, you can see down here we are using the symbolic links. So I'll just link the all the stored files in this link. So start by running this command. So php artisan storage link. You can see the link has been connected to this. So this is where all the file that we upload will be stored. So it will be on, let me show you, on storage, app, and then public. So inside here, all uploaded files, images, and so on will be stored here. So let's start by doing that. So in order for us to be able to update the user image, let's go to that profile. So let's go to that profile. So the profile is right here, and then update the profile information. Okay, so down here you can see this is a form that is used to update the user information. So let me copy that one and paste it here. I just want to show the image down here before the button. So meaning that we'll have something like this. Let me show you. Yeah, we'll add the image here. So this will be the image selecting. So let me just use the Preline UI component for that. Let me just find the file input. So let me use this one. So copy that one. So delete the form tag, and then let me squeeze that one a little bit, and then this one will be the image. I'll just say profile image, so it will be here, and also we'll add the wire model, and we'll put the same name, which is profile image. Okay, so now what we'll have a file chooser like this one, and then what we need, um, if else, we can just show here the image template. So I just want to use the avatar. So let me find the avatar. I think the avatars are here. Okay, so if the user has not uploaded the image, I just want to use the avatar with their names, credentials. So to do that, let me just use, I think there is a better way to show that. Let me just, or we can just use something like this. So I think this one is a little bit nice, so let's use that one. You can just copy this one and then what we can do, we can just say if, auth user image, or we can just say profile image equals to null, we can just show this one. Okay, so now if we reload, still you can't see anything because that image is not in our model. So what we want to do, what we can do, we can just go to our migration, which is our user migration, and then let's add the image here, which is profile image, and this one can be null, so we can just say nullable. Okay, so then let's add it to the model, which is our user model, add it here. Okay, so then we can just try to, and then here we'll have an else, here. On else, we can show the user image. So let's use the avatar with the image. So we'll use the avatar with the image. So I'll use this one. Okay. So we will show that one. Okay. So by now you can see we have a template here. So let's just give it a name. So the label should come up here, and here we can just say profile image, there we will use the profile image, and then let's see. Yeah, so we have something like that. So now we need to have a way to upload the image here. So what we can do, we can do right here. So now let's work on that image to be uploaded. So here is the function to upload that image. So let's add up the profile image model, profile image. Okay, and then this one, we can just have something like this. So profile image should come from user, and then down here, let me just use this one. Down here, what we need to do in order for us to be able to show that image, we need to read that URL. Since in our database we will store just the URL for that image, so what we can do, we can just read that image from that particular way. So So here we can just read the image from the storage. So we'll have something like storage, and then you will say URL, and then the URL will be the profile image. So in our database, we will just store the image URL, right? So then let's do this. Yeah, so now you see it will say like that one is not present in our user. So what we can do, we can just go to the database. We can just come to the database here, and then we can add the same input as we have added there on the migration. So let's add that one. Here we'll say profile image. Then that one will be Berkshire. Then by default can be null. So let's save, and then let's try to refresh. Okay, still get the error there. So what we can do, we can just try to log out, and then log in again. So I think we were dealing with just the profile for all users, so we can just log in with any of the users. So let me log in as a doctor. Okay, still we get the same error. So let me confirm if any user is okay. We have here. And then we have here. So anyway, let's try to migrate refresh. So PHP adds and migrate refresh. So we need to create the user again. So we'll just run the seeder for our users. So let's wait for that to be complete. And then let's run the seeder for users. So let's run PHP @db seed. Okay, so now in our users table, we'll have these users. So I just want to change this one to be an admin, and this one to be a doctor, and this remaining will be the patient. So let me just try to deal with this one. So let me try to log in with that doctor. And also I just want to change this one. If the user middleware detect that users know that right, should be redirected to the login page. So I just want to change that thing because it somehow it is annoying. So let me redirect to the login, or we can just redirect the patient to, anyway, let's redirect to the login. Okay, so this one will be done also to these middlewares. and then let's optimize the project. And then let's try to log in with that new user that we've created there. This one. Let's try to log in. Okay, so let me use the incognito. And then let me log in. Password. Okay, so right here we have an error, and that error is coming from statistics. So let's see from the statistic component. From statistic component, yeah, you can see here we required the user ID. If the role is that one, let me try to log in again here. Right, so let me try to comment this one, and then let me try to refresh this page. Alright, so this is still keep making us, let me just use another incognito. So let's just try, and then let's try to log in. Okay, so this is a patient, and the patient can see appointment, articles, dashboard. Go to profile. Okay, cannot assign in null to property Livewire vote property. Okay, so let me see about that. Let me see about that one thing. Okay, so what we can do, we can just see. So I think this one is Livewire Vault. So let me just remove that one, and then let's see what we'll have here. Okay, so I think the issue is with the Livewire Vault. So I've just removed that type here. So that works. So let's see. For now, I just want to make sure that image will be uploaded. So what we can do, we can just have the validation for the profile image, and we can say required, and then we can say, let me just put the required first, and then let us try to test that one. And then we can say if actually the image is not required. So what we can say, we can just say if the validated, if the validated profile image is not empty, actually it's not empty, it's not empty, what we can do, so if the profile image is not empty, then we can store it to the database as follows. So what we can do, if we get that path, we can store it on our user. So as you can see, we can access user here since our user is right here. So we can just say user, then your profile image will be equals to that URL, and then that will be saved. And if will be saved, meaning that our images will be stored here. So I'll just say profile profiles, let's say something like that. Okay, now we can just try that and see what will happen. Yeah, so let's try. We can just upload a certain image. Oh, I've not added it use with image here, so we can just say use with image upload. And then let's import that one. So let me copy from the Livewire documentation, and then I'll paste it here, and then let's see. Okay, so now we can just try. Let's see, and then let's try to save. You can see it is saved, so let's see in our database. Yeah, nothing has changed. Okay, and then let's see in our storage. Okay, so that one has not worked. So what I want to do, I want to test this thing if it works. Let me double D there. Okay, so that one is null. Let's see down here, we given it the model binding of which name? Of profile image. So things that thing look a little bit so we can just have another way. We can just create the component separately for that, for just image uploading. So let me create the terminal, and then let's create that component. We can just say add some Livewire make profile image. Okay, so then create that one, and then let's go to that. We can have that profile image, and then we can have profile image upload. So we have those two components. So let me go straight to that one for the upload. So what I'll do, I'll just cut this thing that I've created here. Or I can just copy this. And then I'll remove all the other things. And then I remove, oh, that one is a little bit, okay, so if I copy all of this and then I'll paste it here, what you can do, we can just remove all of these details since we don't need them, all of this, okay? So just a thing like that, and this one will be in a form. So let me just put something like that, and then here. Okay, then what we need next Here on the profile image, we'll show something like this. On the profile image, we can have something like that. Okay, this is will be used to show the image in all places that we want. So now what we need to do here, we don't need that part of image, so we can just remove it. So let me try to recover this thing and make it as it were before. So let me cut this one, and then I'll remove this one, and then we can go to profile image upload component, profile image component. So from here we can just use this thing that is not usable here. Let me remove that one, and let me remove that one. So here we can have the public profile image, then we can have the public function mount, this will be equals to auth user, then a profile image. Okay, so then in here, this we can say wire submit, then we can save. So let's create that function for saving the image. Then we can just validate that. So to validate, we can just use the simple way that we have used here. So I'll just remove that thing. Okay, then yeah, we don't need that anymore. And then let me close that because I don't need it. And then the validation, I just want to upload that image. Okay, let me define the path here. Okay, so profile image will come here, and then we can get the path, and then a storage. So let me import that one. And then here we can have the instance of logged in user. So we can just say user, and then we can update that one. And then what we can do, we can just dispatch the event like this one. So before we do a thing, let's just include this one to that page. So we have the page that loads all the profile. So let's come here. Here's where we show the profile. So let me just add the one for image upload, and then reference that one. You can call that profile image upload, and then let's see here we have the profile image component. Let's say margin top, we can have 2 or 3. I think that one is enough. For the button, yeah, so I think that one is enough. So let's see on validation. Okay, let me see this one. So let's double D here and see if we get the image. Right, so here we need to use with file uploads. I think that one was required there. And then let's try. Okay, still we get the error there. Okay, so actually this one will be null, so that thing need to be here. So let's try to upload the image, then save. Okay, so validation works. So let's try to upload the simplest. Let's see. Yeah, so here we get the image. So then we need to update that one. So let's try again. Let's upload that one and then save. Okay, so you can see it says it has uploaded. So let's check on our database if that image is uploaded here. Okay, so now nothing has happened. So let me just try to do this. I can just say user. And then this one should come here. Okay, and then you can just say user and then update image profile image, I mean profile image will be equal to URL. Okay, so I think that one is good. Now let's try again. Okay, so it says safety. Let's see. Yeah, now we have this image as you can see here. So now we need a way to show that image here. So after uploading it, we can just try to navigate there. So we can just say return, redirect, return this, redirect to profile, profile, and then we can say navigate through. So now you can see still the image is not accessible. Okay, so let's see. In storage, if the image is there, so you can see already we have uploaded those images. So let's just use this thing directory here and see what we will get. Right, so here you can see it is saying storage forward slash storage. Okay, so I think I've messed up here when I was trying to upload that image. So let me check that here. Okay, we have uploaded the URL. That is not the right thing. So even we don't need this one. I was just trying to double D it to see if we have uploaded. So here we need to get the path here. That is the one that is required to be uploaded. So let's try again and upload the image. Let's try again. Let's say upload the same image and then save. Uh, Let me refresh. Let's try again. Yeah, now you can see the image is uploaded, as you can see. So meaning that this user already have the image. So now any user that can log into this system can upload their images. So let me try to log out and log in as this one was a patient actually. So let me log in as a doctor. Let me log in as a doctor. Okay, so in the doctor side, it seems like you have an error on the static component. All right, I get it. The doctor cannot be directly being a doctor from there, since the doctor needed to be also in the doctor's details or in the doctor's table. So for now, let's just use the admin. Let's use the admin, not the doctor. So let's change that one. Let's log out. Yes, log out and log in as an admin. Oh, that one is a patient. Wow, let me see. Yeah, so you can see the admin can log in, and let's try to register the doctor. We can just register the doctor, the email of the doctor, the bio, let's say bio, the hospital name. We can just say testing hospital. Specialist, we don't have the specialist, so let's create the specialist first. We can just say dermatology, and then let's create the doctor. The email, bio, testing hospital, and then dermatology, experience 2, password, we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then this can be null. Yeah, so this is our doctor that we will use to log in. But now for the admin, we can go to the profile, and down here we can upload the image for that doctor, I mean the admin. So let's try to update the admin image. Let's use this one and then save. Now you can see the admin have the image. Let's log out and log in as a doctor. So I will be this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then login. Now you can see we don't have any errors. So the doctor also can upload the image. So let's upload the image. Let's try to use this one and then save. Now you can see all the users have their profile images. So now in order for when the doctor will come in a way that the image is required, maybe here on appointments, we can show the image. So in order for us to do that, I've created this component for showing image. Okay, so on this component we'll also use the same way we did in here. So we'll just use the authenticated user, and then we'll get the image URL. So let me use that one. So then now we can just use this component. So what we can do on all appointments here, where we record the images of users, we can just show that image, or we can just call that component. So let's cut that one and call that component. We'll call it as Livewire profile image. Okay, then close it. So if there is no image, we will show this template, and then if the image is there, we'll show the image. Okay, so this is for the, this will be the one for that. Let's see down here, also we have an image, so we'll show that one and remove that one. Okay, on all appointment is fine. Now let's go to the recent appointments. Also we have an image there, so let me show that one. Live wire profile image. Yeah, so also we need the image on the booking component. So here also we need to show the image. Okay. But here it will not be the image of the that guy of the login. It should be the image of the doctor actually. So what we can do, uh, we can just pass here the ID of the user so that we can get their images. So we can just pass the user ID, and then we can use it to get their images. So we can just say like here we can get the doctor image from here. So we can just say doctor user then image. Okay, so that one we call the doctor. And I think on recent and all appointments we did the same mistake. So here is the doctor, so we need also to show the doctor image. Here it will be the user, so we'll also we need to pass that, but here it will not be the user, so here it will just be the user. So let's see, we can see how to fix that. So for now, let's just log in as a patient and try to create the appointment and see what we need to do there. So let's log in as a user. To log in as a user, let me see who is the user. So let me use this one. Okay, now we can see all doctors. Yeah, also on all doctors we need to show their images. So let's start with this one. In all doctors, here we need to show the images. So let me use this one. Yeah, so doctor details is not right there. So here we have the doctor, all doctors, and then doctor user, then image. Let's see. Doctor user does not exist on this correction. So what we can do, okay, let's go to that component, all doctors here. Oh, I have messed up. This is this item. So let's see. Yeah, this doctor has no image, so that's why we're shown something like that. And then let's go to book appointment. Yeah, and also this shows a good thing, that is booking component. So the booking component actually works well, and this one is good. So okay, but this doctor have an image, so what is the thing there? This is Shadrach. Okay, I think here there is an issue, so let's see. On the profile image, let's go to profile image. Okay, so let me just use here if empty. Okay, why we get null there? So let's see on a book appointment. We can try to double D. So here is the image. Okay, we have the image. So what makes the image not shown here? All right, we have not used this thing here. So let's go to profile image component and use that ID to get the image of the specific user. So what we can do here, we can just have the user image. That one will be like this one. And then here we can have the public function mount. And then we can say from user, we can say this user image will be equals to user find user ID that we get from here, and then I will use that one to get this one. And then on a profile image, we can just say user details. Then we get the image, the profile image. If it's empty, we can do that, and if it's not empty, we can just show it here. So now let's try to refresh the page. So here I've just passed the image instead of an ID, since here we receive ID. So let me see if we refresh. Yeah, now we get the image, and then what we can do, let's try to refresh. Okay, I think I didn't put the, yeah, so here we need to put the root root tag like this one. So this one should be inside it, and then refresh. Yeah, now you can see the doctor image, and then let's go to this page. Okay, so here still we didn't do that thing well, so let me go to booking component. Yeah, and here we need to pass the ID, not the profile image. And now you can see the image of the doctor. Okay, and then let's book an appointment. Here we need to add the loading indicator. So on the booking component here, we need to have the loading indicator. So I think we used it in all appointments. So let's just copy that one. Okay, so here in my appointments of the user, so let's see. I think it should be here. So here also we need to pass the user ID, and this is for the patient. So if it is for the patient, we need to get that patient from here, and then we will use the patient relation and then the ID to get the patient ID. Okay, and then I think we need also to pass the same thing here. But this one will be for the doctor, so here we'll say doctor. If you remember the relationship between the doctor and the appointment, here we can get the doctor. So can get the doctor, and then from doctor we can get the doctor user, and then we can get that ID. So let's try to refresh. And here the image of the doctor is not shown, but if you go like this, you can see we have the image of the doctor, and then this is for the appointment side, and that was for the okay, let's see here on recent appointment, recent appointments, recent appointment. Let's just use the same tricky, and and then here we get the ID, and here we need to have the doctor first, and then accessing the user ID. I think down here we also this one is for the patient, so we just have to be patient and then ID, but here we need to have the doctor first, doctor, and then ID. Okay, so let's try to refresh. All right, I didn't remove this one. Oh, this one is, yeah. So now you can see we have the recent, and then if you go to all doctors, you can see. So now this thing works fine for the side of the patient. So let's log out and log in as a doctor. So let's log in as a doctor and see if all things are working fine. So here, okay, on a recent appointment, oh, we didn't remove this one. Okay, so it should be like that. Okay, so this patient doesn't have an image. Let's check it. We've logged in as that patient, which is this one. Yeah, that's right. This patient doesn't have the image, so that is okay. For the doctor side, let's see my appointment. That is okay. Okay, so let's log in as an admin and see what we have. Okay, so the doctor image is shown, and then the patient also is showing. So let's go to all appointments. On all appointments, see, so this one is a little bit compressed. Right, so I think to show it well, we will try to do that way. We can do that later on, but now I think everything is fine. So this is how the thing look. Okay, so let me check the logs here for our project. So this one is done and the designing is done. Okay, so this part of articles, this part I'll not do it because I already did it in my last video. So I'll provide the link on the description, and you will go there and try to see it on yourself, and you can implement. But if you feel like you get any error, uh, please consider to check me, because I already done all the thing for you in order for you to create those the images. I think the UI is that they are here. You can just show the articles. You can go to the articles if you log in. If you log in as a patient, I think as a patient, if you log in as a patient like this one, you can see here we have the articles side. You can go there and look on this, the way you can implement, but the UI are there, so that will be easy. You can add the categories and tags for the for your articles. So this one I'll not do it, and consider to check me if you feel like it's hard for you. Yeah, so that is how we're gonna do it on articles. And then after completing this one, what we need to do next is this one, the reminders. We need to send the reminder email to doctor and the patient every day at this one. For those who are that are active appointment. Okay, so I so thank you guys. I think we are done with this. So let's see you on the next video where I will have another project. So thank you guys.